and call this Pompano Beach City Commission meeting to order, May 13th, 2025 at 1 o'clock. Let's go ahead and call the roll. Oh, before we do that, can I please ask everyone to please silence their cell phones or put them on vibrate so we don't get disrupted during the meeting. So please silence those cell phones. Appreciate it. All right, Kerwin, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Here.
Commissioner Perkins. Commissioner Segerson Eaton.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Here.
Mayor Harden.
Here. Our invocation this afternoon is going to be given by Pastor Gary McLemore, Jesus Supernatural Life Center, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Will please all rise for the invocation, followed by the pledge.
Good evening. Father, thank you for this day, for this time that we've gathered in the precious and wonderful name of Jesus. Today we would ask that you would give wisdom, give clarity, and let the city be made whole. Not just the Northwest, but this city. Bless this city. Bless our commission. We ask you this in Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. This up to there. Can I get a motion approving the special joint meeting of City and CRA minutes of April 7th, 2025?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of April the 8th, 2025?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Very good. On our agenda this afternoon, we will be striking item number 15. So 15 is gone, and we are adding the addition of item 10A to the agenda under the regular agenda. So that's strike item 15, and item 10A has been added as the first item on our regular agenda. Any further changes, Mr. Harrison?
No, sir.
Very good. Can I get a motion approving the agenda as amended?
So moved. Second.
Moved and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our consent agenda this afternoon, we're going to be pulling items number 4 and 6. So 4 and 6 will be dealt with individually. All other items are eligible for discussion during audience to be heard. Very good. All right, next on our agenda are proclamations, but before we do that, I've got a couple of special announcements I'd like to recognize here. First, Commissioner Fezzik, you've got something you'd like to point out?
I do. So I just want to let everybody know my Mother's Day was very special because I got to, here in the audience, and maybe if he wants to stand, he can, but my son Joe was recently, he's in the Air Force and he was stationed overseas for several years. He's now back stateside, but more special to me is I actually get to see him for the first time in about almost a year. So thank you, Joe, for all that you do, and I'm happy to have you home.
Very good. Very good. And I've got to say this just so I'm fair and even with everyone. Please refrain from clapping throughout the meeting. Thank you. Very good. Additionally, one further thing before we get into the proclamations and other stuff, I've got a special presentation today from Principal Tavares Williams from Blanche Ely High School. Principal Williams, come on forward. He's just got a couple of minutes. He wants to fill us in on what's going on at Ely High.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Harden. Thank you to the entire City Commission and staff. We decided at Blanche Ely that we just want to take a moment to try to be present at every commission meeting just to give you guys some regular updates of what's going on with one of the largest high schools in your city. So first of all, I just want to thank you all for your support, Mayor Harden, the entire City Commission, Commissioner Perkins, whose district the school is in, City Manager Harrison, as well as City Manager Bosworth, who have just been exceptional and just always helping us out as we continue to strengthen our partnership between school and the city. So just some updates from our school. I also want to thank all of the city employees who have contributed to helping our basketball team for the purchase of their state rings. I can report that they are going to receive those rings and jackets. So thank you all so much to everybody that contributed in any form or fashion as an employee or as a private donor. Some academic updates. We are in testing season at this moment. We just completed our last assessment for the state assessment that attributes to school accountability, and I'm happy to report that in ELA we increased 8 points on top of the 15 points that we increased last year. And high school acceleration, we increased an additional 16 points. In U.S. history, we increased an additional 4 points and an additional 4 points in biology, and we're taking math right now. But as the last time I looked, it looks pretty good. I mean, double-digit gains. So I feel very good. I had a great conversation with Commissioner Perkins yesterday at our Mr. and Miss Blanche Ely pageant, where we crowned 2 new students for 25-26. And don't like to speak too soon, but looks very promising. In addition to that, I just want to thank Assistant City Manager Bosworth for his support with our band banquet, helping us get tables, working with the Band Parent Association. If you did not know, we are a Magnet School of Distinction this year. We will have our Senior Awards Night on this Thursday, May 15th. So if anyone would like to give a scholarship to any of our students or present it or be present, it's this Thursday at May 15th at 6 o'clock. At our school in the JLJ auditorium. And if you need more information, you can call the school and reach out to Ms. Buffy Phillips Lawrence, who's the Brace advisor. Our students recently won first place in the state of Florida's bridge building competition, our engineering program. We were in the championship for the county esports competition. So the winner was Coral Springs High School, but we were the runner-up. But we will be back next year to bring it back to Pompano. Our students, we recently got a grant where our students will have their own food truck. They will design it, they will operate it, handle all of the water waste, everything from nuts to bolts. And the goal is to have the students represented at Untapped, when we do Untapped here in Pompano, with students from Blanche Ely High School, selling and serving food in conjunction with a partnership that we're starting with the Patricia Davis Garden. So the idea is that the students will grow their own produce, bring it from farm to table inside of the culinary lab, cook it, put it in the food truck, and ultimately make a product from it, looking at finances. Thank you to Mr. Tabing and the entire Cultural Arts Division for letting us, partnering with us to host the art show at the Cultural Arts Center recently. And if you didn't see on WSVN 7, we had 2 students represented, one for his outstanding academics, Kellen Dennis, who's going to Florida State University. He turned out MIT for FSU. And the other one is Caitlin McWhite, who's our current Miss Blanche Ely. She's one of 5 students in the entire district that has not missed a day of school from kindergarten to 12th grade. So I think Commissioner Fessick was there and Commissioner Perkins, so thank you all for supporting our students. In addition to that, we are the county president for the National Honor Society. Blanche Ely High School is the county president. And in addition to that, if anyone is interested, we are putting together a 75th anniversary planning committee. Blanche Ely High School will turn 75 in 2 years in 2027. So if you know anyone that's interested, please have them reach out to me directly at Blanche Ely High School. And also, I just want to give a big shout out to our engineering program and our teacher, Mr. Levi. We won first place overall recently in the entire county for the SECME competition, first place in the poster contest, second place in the banner contest, first place in the FPL generator contest, first and second place for the 9th and 10th grade bridge building category, first, second, and third place for the 11th and 12th grade bridge building category, second place for the bionic hand, first place for the water bottle rocket, and we're now moving on to nationals in Connecticut, where we competed just last year, in Seattle, where we won 3rd in the nation. So we're continuing with that. Second place in the mousetrap car, and we also won the People's Choice Award for Best Banner. So those are just some small updates. Commissioner Perkins tells me I need to get a lot of this out, but there's a lot more where that came from.
Wow.
So thank you for all your support of our school.
I tell you, Principal Williams, they need to somehow replicate you. I mean, what you've done at Ely is astounding. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here, and congratulations for Ely High. Okay, now we have several proclamations. We'll start off with honoring May Jo Fulton, and I'll be reading them right over here, so I'll be right over at the side. Come on down. All right, this is a special one here. Normally, we just have a birthday party in her front yard, her driveway. But luckily, we've got the opportunity to have May Jo Fulton with us here in the Commission chambers. How are you, ma'am? There we go. There it is. Okay. There it is. All right. Whereas it is a moment of great joy and privilege for the city of Pompano Beach to honor one of its most exemplary residents, May Jo Fulton, on the celebration of her 108th birthday. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yes. Like I said previously, we've had drive-by birthdays at her house. We've had visiting birthdays at her house, but it's indeed fortunate that we're able to have her here with us today. Whereas May Jo Fulton was born on the 12th day of May, 1917, and has witnessed more than a century of remarkable history, progress, and change, contributing richly to the fabric of our community through her life, wisdom, and enduring spirit. And whereas throughout her many years, May Jo Fulton has represented resilience, compassion, and grace, serving as an inspiration to all who knew her. And whereas her life has been a constant beacon of family values, community service, and kindness, touching the lives of generations and continuing to be a source of pride for the city of Pompano Beach. And whereas the celebration of her 108th birthday offers an opportunity for friends, family, and residents to join together in expressing their heartfelt congratulations and admiration for her longevity and the legacy she continues to build. Now, therefore, I, Rex Harden, Mayor of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, on behalf of the entire City Commission and residents of Pompano Beach, do hereby acknowledge May Jo Fulton's life accomplishments and contributions, and most of all, recognize her zest for life. We are proud to have Mrs. Fulton as a resident of Pompano Beach, done this 13th day of May, 2025. Rex Harden, Mayor. Congratulations and happy birthday. Yes. Jim, Mike, do we have a yeah.
So Mother May Jo has been living in Pine Tree Park, which is my district, and we just want you all to know that in District 4 we have people living to 108. So that's a blessing. But I'm so happy to have her daughter Edith here as well to take care of her, and for years myself and the mayor has been celebrating her every birthday, I guess for the last 4 or 5 years, and we will be doing the same. So on Mother's Day, she turned 108, and we're just happy to have her, and she wants to say a few words, so let's listen.
Handed it to me.
Make it work.
Testing, testing.
All right, that's it. Here you go. Carl.
Good afternoon. My name is May Jo Fulton, resident of Pompano Beach. When I first came to Pompano, it was dirt road, one red light. But they had with the city commission and mayor, we have come a long way. But remember, we all came by prayer. Prayer was the only thing that helped us to get where we are now. And I want to thank each and every one for everything, and I'm speaking from my heart. I have enjoyed, and I'm looking forward for enjoying more. I ain't said it yet. I love y'all. I love the Lord, and I love the people. Doing whatever you're doing, and I'm saying it from the depths of my heart. Nobody coached me to say it, but I've enjoyed this life. It's a beautiful life. Don't forget to pray, because all of that comes in. behind all the good that you do. So pray much for Sister Major first of Pompano Beach.
Right. Congratulations. Happy birthday.
Thank you a million.
Very good. Oh. Here we go. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Hey.
All right, next up, we've got Jewish American Heritage Month. Let's see, do we have Arthur Dubrov? Come on up, Arthur. All right. Whereas, since their arrival on American shores as early as the 16th century, Jewish immigrants and their descendants have played a vital role in shaping the United States, contributing to the nation's creation, growth, prosperity, and enduring strength. Whereas, for over 4 decades, presidents of the United States have formally recognized the invaluable contributions of Jewish Americans to our country. And since 2006, the month of May has been officially designated as Jewish American Heritage Month through presidential proclamation and bipartisan congressional support. And whereas the biblical and historical journey of the Jewish people and the values of the Jewish faith have served as powerful sources of inspiration for the founding principles of the United States, the civil rights movement, America's leadership in advancing global freedom, and the nation's ongoing pursuit of justice and equality. And whereas Jewish Americans have made profound and lasting contributions to every aspect of American life, including the arts, sciences, business, law, education, public service, entertainment, and culinary traditions, enriching the cultural fabric of our nation and helping define what it means to be an American. And whereas Jewish Americans have played a vital role in shaping our local communities, including the city of Pompano Beach, through civic leadership, entrepreneurship, philanthropy, and cultural enrichment. And whereas the celebration of Jewish American Heritage Month encourages understanding and appreciation of the cultural diversity and pluralism that strengthens our society and unites us as Americans. And whereas the city of Pompano Beach joins cities and communities across the nation in reflecting on the enduring spirit, contributions, and resilience of Jewish Americans, excuse me, and in reaffirming our dedication to building an inclusive and respectful society. Now, therefore, I, Rex Harden, Mayor of the City of Pompano Beach, on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as Jewish American Heritage Month in the City of Pompano Beach, and encourage all residents to join in honoring the legacy, achievements, and cultural heritage of Jewish Americans on this 13th day of May 2025. Thank you so much. Would you care to say a few words?
I want to thank Mayor Hardin and the entire City Commission for adopting the proclamation recognizing Jewish American Heritage Month on behalf of the Combat Anti-Semitism movement. Your leadership sends a powerful message that this city values tolerance, celebrates Jewish contributions, and stands firmly against hate. The Combat Anti-Semitism movement is a global coalition uniting individuals of all backgrounds to fight anti-Semitism and all forms of hatred, and promote universal values of tolerance and human dignity. As anti-Semitism continues to rise, partnerships like this between civic leaders and advocacy organizations are more important than ever. We're proud to work with such outstanding leaders and to partner with you in building stronger, more united communities. Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have National Safe Boating Week. Do we have? Let's see. We're looking for Commander George Gindaher. Coast Guard Flotilla 34 Commander, and others. Yeah, this is it. Right. All right. Whereas safe, clean, and sustainable water resources are, whoops, pardon me, wrong one. There we go. All right. This sounds better. Okay. Whereas for over 100 million Americans, boating continues to be a popular recreational activity, bringing families and friends together to enjoy time on the water through boating, sailing, paddling, and fishing. And whereas the U.S. Coast Guard, the National Safe Boating Council, and numerous federal, state, and local partners dedicate themselves to promoting responsible, informed, and safe boating practices. And whereas the U.S. Coast Guard estimates that human error accounts for the majority of boating accidents, and that wearing a life jacket could prevent nearly 75% of all boating-related fatalities. And whereas, on average, of 600 people in the United States lose their lives each year in boating-related accidents, with 75% of those fatalities resulting from drowning, many of which could be prevented with proper use of life jackets. And whereas, basic boating safety measures, such as carrying emergency distress and communications equipment, attending certified boating safety courses, participating in safety checks, and navigating sober, are essential to reducing accidents and saving lives. And whereas National Safe Boating Week serves to educate and raise awareness about these vital practices so that recreational boaters can enjoy America's waters safely year-round. Now, therefore, I, Rex Harden, Mayor of the City of Pompano Beach, on behalf of the entire City Commission and residents, do hereby proclaim May 17th through May 23rd, 2025, as National Safe Boating Week. We encourage all residents and visitors who enjoy the recreational water activities to observe this week by committing to safe boating practices, wearing life jackets at all times while on the water, and spreading awareness of boating safety within the community. On this 13th day of May, 2025, Rex Harden, Mayor. Excuse me. Thank you so much for what you all do. Care to say a few words? Andrew?
On behalf of the members of Flotilla 34, I thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work. All right, now let's see. Yeah, I think this is the right one. Now we've got Water Reuse Week. Let's see, we've got Aaliyah Mokaditer. How did I do? Sorry. Very good. All right. Whereas safe, clean, and sustainable water resources are vital to Florida's environment, public health, economy, and overall quality of life for both residents and visitors. And whereas with Florida's finite water supplies and a growing population, the demand for sustainable water solutions continues to rise. And whereas water reuse provides a means for conserving and augmenting Florida's precious water resources and is key to the state's sustainable water future. And whereas Florida has risen to be the national leader in water reuse, reusing 900 million gallons of reclaimed water per day to conserve fresh water, support healthy ecosystems, and supplement our potable water. And whereas Florida has established the encouragement and promotion of water reuse as state objectives in chapters 373 and 403 of the Florida statutes. And whereas Water Reuse Florida, the state section of the Water Reuse Association, has proclaimed the third week of May to be Florida Water Reuse Week. And whereas the City of Pompano Beach has joined with Water Reuse Florida, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and a South Florida Water Management District in encouraging and promoting water reuse and conservation. And whereas the City of Pompano Beach has been a longstanding champion of water reuse, conserving nearly 25 billion gallons of fresh water over the past 35 years to protect our water supply and natural resources for future generations. And now, therefore, I, Rex Harden, Mayor on behalf of the entire City Commission of Pompano Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim the week of May 18th through May 24th, 2025 as Water Reuse Week, in the city of Pompano Beach and encourage all residents, businesses, and institutions to help protect our shared water future by using reclaimed water wisely and conserving water every day. Done this 13th day of May, 2025. Very nice. Would you care to say a few words?
Excuse me. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners, fellow city staff, and residents of Pompano Beach. My name is Alia Moqtadir, and I serve as the Outreach and Conservation Coordinator for the Utilities Department. Thank you for your continued support in encouraging and promoting water conservation and the use of reuse water in our city. I'd like to highlight Oasis, the name of our reuse water plant and program in Pompano Beach. Oasis stands for Our Alternative Supply Irrigation System. By using reuse water for lawn irrigation and reserving our drinking water for drinking, we have collectively conserved over 25 billion gallons of drinking water since 1989. Oasis is operated and maintained in a cost-effective, reliable, and safe manner in full compliance with all state and federal permits and regulations. If you'd like to learn more, please visit our website at iconwater.com or feel free to give us a call. We're always happy to share how you can be part of our water-saving efforts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Now it brings us up to presentations. First presentation is the Vulnerability Assessment presentation by Christina Viala, Sustainability Coordinator, to provide an update on the city's vulnerability assessment. This presentation is the final step to complete the requirements for the $213,500 grant received by the Resilient Florida program for the city's vulnerability assessment. The full report is in the agenda backup and will also be available on the city's website. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, and Pompano Beach audience. Thank you for the opportunity to present the city's vulnerability assessment. I am the city's Sustainability Coordinator, and I'm happy to walk you through key findings from this important work. So this project fulfills the final requirement for the $213,500 Resilient Florida program that's administered by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. This is phase 4 of the city's 8-phase sustainability strategy, and this was conducted by our consultant, RSNH. So just quickly, an overview of what we'll go through today. We'll present what a VA is, and we'll then go through the flood scenarios and results, and we'll explore the online map tool that was developed with the project, and then we'll finish with some recommendations and next steps in planning and adaptation. So quickly, what is a vulnerability assessment? It identifies how exposed and sensitive our assets are to flooding. So we modeled 9 different scenarios that combine rainfall, sea level rise, and storm surge. This allows us to prioritize risk and improve emergency response and long-term planning. Like I said previously, this is developed in accordance with the Resilient Florida program and Florida statute section. So Pompano, we do have some key flood risks that we evaluated in this study. So mainly sea level rise, rainfall, storm surge, groundwater, and sunny day flooding. So the different flood scenarios, they have various impacts. What you see here is a low impact. This is flood scenario 1. This models a 5-year rainfall. This is about 20% probability. So in general, the scenarios that we evaluated are 5-year, 100-year, 500-year, and sometimes it's compound with different sea level rise scenarios provided by NOAA and storm surge. So we'll go through the worst scenario, just a couple of the worst scenarios, scenario 7 and 9 in the following slides. So this is scenario 7. This is for a 100-year storm with major storm surge, similar to Hurricane Strike. It would impact 105 critical assets. I know it's kind of hard to see, but it's wastewater facilities. Wastewater treatment facilities are the mainly impacted facilities, some healthcare facilities and schools, for example. Scenario 9 is very similar. This is for a 500-year rainfall with storm surge. So this also floods a lot of parcels in the city, 109 critical assets, including City Hall, the airport, and BSO headquarters. So as part of this grant, we've developed a public-facing interactive online map on the city's GIS platform. It shows impact by scenario. This can help guide planning, development, public awareness. I'll show you how to use it. You can go to the website, pompanobeachfl.gov/floodmap, if you'd like to peruse. So this could be a critical asset for us to make decisions on capital planning, grants, emergency responses, et cetera. I didn't realize the screen would be so small. So it's kind of hard to see, but so you would go on the website, you would plug in your address, and then you would just make sure to select a scenario that you would like to see, like scenario 1, and make sure no other scenarios is selected. You can also select to put transportation assets or different assets on it. And so this would be an example of scenario 1, so a 5-year rainfall in City Hall. So in conclusion of the study, the consultant has provided some key recommendations because nearly 40% of parcels are exposed, even in mild events. So our fire station, our wastewater systems, our school, healthcare facility are at high risk, so we do need to evaluate them. So our consultant recommends a 3-part strategy. Evaluate our sites, let's plan citywide adaptations and contingencies plans, and let's coordinate with our schools, our healthcare facilities, marinas, et cetera, for preparedness. So what you see here is a snippet of critical infrastructure that is the responsibility of the city. So you have City Hall, you have some different fire stations, the reclaimed water treatment plant, the air park, and BSO Pompano headquarters and railroad crossings. So this is where we are. We're wrapping up the final vulnerability assessment. Our next step is the adaptation action plan. We've already secured funding from FDP. So this plan will prioritize projects and include cost benefit analysis and identify funding sources for future implementation plans. So if you have any questions, there is a sign-in sheet in the front that I left with Alexandre. Thank you for your time and support. I hope this was quick. So if you have any questions, yes, please let me know.
Very good. Thank you for that. Any questions from the commission this time? Seeing none, thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation. Thank you. Thank you for your efforts also. Very good. All right, moving on to Actuarial Evaluation Report. Presentation of the Actuarial Evaluation Report for the City of Pompano Beach Police and Firefighters Retirement System as of October 1, 2024, as prepared by NIART Company, Inc., and presented by Mr. Lawrence Watts, Board Actuary. There it is.
There we go. Thank you all for having me. I'm here with Deborah Tokarczyk, the Executive Director of the Pompano Beach Police and Fire Retirement System. I'm Lawrence Watts. I'm the actuary that the board has hired. I'm going to take just a few minutes today to go through the most recent 10/1/2024 actuarial valuation results. Many of you have seen me here before. We're trying to keep it high level, but please don't hesitate to interrupt with any questions. So just diving right in. Last year, we are looking back at the plan's fiscal year, which runs from October 1st to September 30th. So we're looking back about 6-7 months ago now, and we do the valuation as of October 1st, 2024. Despite the recent volatility in the markets, the year closing 10/1/2024 was a great year. And so the pension fund assets returned 19.1% on a market value basis. But to mitigate volatility in the contribution, the board has adopted a policy that smooths in asset gains and losses over time. And if you remember back to 2 or 3 years ago, 2022 was a particularly poor year in the markets. And so the plan is still recognizing the losses that came from 2022. And when we smooth the gains from the last couple of years together with those losses from 2022, we get about a 6% realized actuarial return, we call it. So a little bit lower than the current assumed rate, which is 7%. That's the asset side of the equation. We also have to look at what happens on the liability side of the equation. And so when it comes to pension plans, you can make fun of actuaries because usually when people do things like get bigger raises or live longer, that's a great thing, right? But from the pension plan's perspective, that's a bad thing. That means that you need more money to pay for the benefits. And that's kind of what we saw during the year. So fewer people died than we expected from the retiree population, and then salaries came in higher than expected. So raises were bigger than we had assumed in our valuation kind of model. One important update for the board, I'm not going to read through all this, but there was an experience study conducted last year. That's where the board takes a comprehensive look at all of the assumptions that are used to come up with the liabilities that's used to set the contribution that the city has to make every year. In general, those came in with higher liability numbers than we assumed before. We've seen earlier retirements since the collective bargaining changes in 2022 and raises, partially because of the inflationary environment, partially because of support for public safety. They've just been higher than in the recent past. So all of those things tend to increase contributions and increase the liabilities that we report. One other small action there, we've brought this to the commission just to talk about very high level for several years now. The board, in conjunction with Manager Harrison and his staff, agreed to move forward with the plan to mitigate some contribution volatility that was going to hit the plan over the next decade. And that just dates back to 30 years ago when the dot-com boom and bust happened. You had a bunch of good years followed by a bunch of bad years. And because of the actuarial math behind the scenes, that meant that contributions would be projected to go down, followed by increasing very quickly. And so the board has basically implemented a strategy that's going to smooth those things out over the next 6 or 7 years. Add all that together, a lot of people ask if you care about one number, what is the funded percentage? And that's a way to say, how much of the plan's liabilities have we funded today based on the assets that are in the plan relative to what has been earned today by the current firefighters and the retired police officers in the plan? And that funding level has decreased just under 2% relative to last year. But I would say that's a relatively good result given that we also tightened up all of those assumptions. We also used assumptions that generally are more conservative, resulted in higher liabilities. So what's still on the radar over the next few years? What's the board thinking about when they're stewarding this fund, right? We've seen a lot of volatility in the interest rate environment. That discount rate, the board kind of took a multi-year approach to get down to the 7% current assumption. They're comfortable with the 7% level right now, but as you all have seen in the securities markets the last 6 months, there's a lot going on geopolitically, so they're going to keep an eye on that. Those 2022 returns are still being smoothed in. Thankfully, we have 2 good years that are also offsetting those, but we've had until the last week or so, we've had a very rough start to this year. And so thankfully, asset levels have jumped back a bit. They're up again today, so that's a good thing. But if the year closed out where it is today, we would be looking at another subpar year. And then this third bullet point is talking about the collective bargaining from 22 and 23, which you'll hear me say over and over and over if you haven't listened to my presentations. That was kind of a seismic change in terms of what the benefits that are currently being offered to active firefighters. They're much more generous than they were in the past, and they're much more expensive. So, number one, we have to pay for the increased benefits that were granted then, but then also future firefighters are projected to earn larger pensions than they were in the past. And so that's what that third bullet is talking about. It's saying right now we kind of have a temporary reprieve because in 22 and 23, a bunch of firefighters retired. They went into what's called the...
Excuse me, sir. Could you get a little close to the microphone?
Oh, sure.
Great,
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I apologize. What I was saying is that when the new collective bargaining changes went into effect, a number of firefighters retired, a couple dozen in the span of a year, more or less. Right now, they are not currently earning any benefits. They're retired for the pension plan's purposes. Eventually, they're going to separate from service from the city, and when they're ultimately replaced, those new firefighters from the academy or wherever they're hired from, they're going to start earning benefits in the pension plan again, which is going to increase contributions. Again, it's just something for all of the stakeholders in the plan to be aware of, that even though contributions have increased because of the benefit increases the last couple of years, they are projected to increase even more once these new hires come on board. And so with that, that's the high-level summary. We're going to go through a few slides on just more details, but we'll go through it very quickly. And again, don't hesitate to ask questions. This slide shows the funded ratio over time, which again is based on the benefits that have been earned as of a certain date. How well funded are they? How much assets do we have backing that pension promise as of the valuation date? And you can see back about 15 years ago, the plan was about 70% funded, and we're down to about 55% funded today. And so part of that is the poor asset experience that we had in 2022. A big portion of that is the big benefit increases that were granted in 2022 and 2023 in collective bargaining. But then the third piece that's hard to see here, but it's important to keep in mind, is that we have tightened the assumptions over that 15-year period. We've come down with a lower discount rate. Mortality tables have been updated because people keep living longer due to medical advances. So all in all, that's a long way of saying the 70% 15 years ago is not apples to apples with the 55% today. The city is doing its job. They're making the required contribution each year. There have just been changes over the last 2 decades that have resulted in, despite making those required contributions, the funded level coming down. The next 2 slides talk about what that funding requirement looks like in terms of breakdown of who's paying it and how much of it is, I'll say, legacy debt, legacy obligation versus current benefits being earned. This first slide is talking about the breakdown. There are 3 key funding sources for this pension plan. There's the city, there's the state through Chapter 175 and 185, premium tax refunds that the state releases to help subsidize the benefits, and then there are employee contributions in the plan. So again, all of the police officers now are retired or in drop, and that's due to services being handed over to BSO. So all of these contributions, the $28 million blue bar there, that is the city's projected obligation to fund this benefit out of the $33 or so million actuarially determined contribution. The employees put in about $2 million, and then the state's projected premium tax refunds are about $3.4 million. And due to timing, it's done a year in advance, more or less. Don't worry about that. High level, this is what we're looking at. So this is similar numbers broken down in a different way in terms of what are we paying for? What does that $33 million represent, more or less? And so going by colors, that dark blue bar at the bottom, that's what we call the employer normal cost. So that is the cost for the current firefighters who are active earning a year's pension. That's the easiest way mathematically we can say, what does it cost to maintain the plan a year if there were no legacy debt, no obligations? That's that employer normal cost plus expense bucket. And I bring that up first because I want you all to see just as a portion of the total contribution, how much that has grown over the last 5 years. And you can see down there in the detail at the bottom, I know it's hard to see in the audience, but as a real dollar term, that's more than doubled as a result of the collective bargaining changes. And so again, that's why I keep harping on it. It really was it was an important change. The firefighters got wonderful benefits, but it's important to keep in mind it was very, very expensive. The other buckets, the gray piece there, the amortization of UAAL, that's the debt service. That's like your mortgage payment. We have an unfunded liability, we have to pay it off. That's what that represents. There's a little bit of interest, again, because we're doing this a year ahead of time, and then the employee contributions are offsetting a portion of the cost. So that red bar is in line with what it was on the previous page. Almost done, I promise. We also break it down by police and fire, just to get a sense of things behind the scenes. The assets are all commingled. They're all in one plan, but historically the plan has been administered to keep track of what were the police portion of assets and liabilities and the fire portion of assets and liabilities. And the biggest thing to take away here, don't focus on the numbers too much. You'll notice that that doesn't add up to 33 million. That's due to timing and pieces that aren't here. But the police number, even though it has grown over the last 5 years, it's only grown $1.5 million, $2 million. Almost all of the increase is on the fire side. And again, that's because they're the ones who got the big benefit changes. They have actives who are currently earning benefits, so it makes sense that their portion of the contribution is higher. Benchmarking. So this is a question that we often get. My actuarial standards dictate that I have to use a reasonable assumption for what the plan's assets are going to earn, and that's what we use to discount the value of the liabilities in the future. The board actually sets this in conjunction with the investment advisor and listening to me as their actuary. But one thing that they like to look at across the state is what other plans like Pompano's are doing. And so this is based on 2023 valuations, which were the last ones available. And you can see 7% is far and away the most common for open public plans like yours. There are plans that are invested differently. There are plans that are bigger, smaller, but we're comfortable that 7% is reasonable. The one thing I will say is that the movement is downwards. It's not upwards. So more of the plans that are over there to the right, that's between 7 and 7.5%, they're in general trying to get something closer to 7. And we actually see a downward march even further when we're looking at big statewide systems. And so that's what this chart shows. So this is talking about like FRS, like the big statewide retirement system and its peers across the country. What do those very, very large, well-diversified pension systems assume? And you can see that as recently as 15 years ago, it wasn't uncommon to have an 8.25% discount rate assumption. Whereas now, you start to see 6.75% and lower. And FRS, the state of Florida, is only assuming 6.7% this year. So again, 7% is still the most common, but just for everybody in the audience, what happens when we assume that the assets are going to earn less in the future? Costs go up. You have to put in more money today. So it's something that the board is very attuned to and has conversations about regularly. Very, very last couple of small details. Here's a breakdown of the participant count in the plan. You can see there that the average plan compensation has increased about 10% over the last 2 years. That's that salary experience we were talking about being more than we assumed. But you can also see that the average service of the actives in the plan has come down almost 2 years. We've had a very big shift in the makeup of the plan because so many firefighters retired after that collective bargaining change in 22-23. And you can see that in the blue bar down there at the bottom. There were 181 firefighters earning benefits in the plan. Well, actually a couple police officers back then, but 180 or so actives. Now we're at 153. So again, it's not like the city's not growing. You all are still adding firefighters. We'll have to replace those 20 or 30 bodies over the next few years. So thank you for your time today. Just key takeaways, and it's going to be beating a horse a little bit. The assumption changes that we adopted last year increased liabilities and contributions, which were a permanent hit, but a one-time hit, right? So we have higher liabilities calculated this year. The costs are higher, but that's a one-time adjustment. We monitor regularly. We do an experience study every 5 years, and they're always subject to adjustments. But we wouldn't expect another spike coming from that in future years. However, there are some headwinds, right? We know that those new firefighters are eventually going to be hired. We know that there are asset losses from 2022 that are continuing to be smoothed in. We do have concern with the market volatility that we've seen through the first 6 or 7 months of the year. That is one reason that we have that smoothing policy in place. I can't speak for the board on the investment side of things. I'm not the investment consultant, but in general, I would say that the board is very on top of things. They meet very regularly and are quick to adjust when necessary. Then the last thing there is just, I think that the city and the board have a good relationship. It's important to keep that dialogue open, right? We don't want there to be surprises on either side. We have a good relationship with Manager Harrison and his staff. I think that there is a good relationship there, and it's very important, especially when the plan goes through changes like it's seen in the last 2 or 3 years. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Very good. Vice Mayor?
Couple quick things. It was nice to hear you reinforce how great our benefits are. So the hope there is that it helps us be competitive and with retention and recruitment over time. I want to just go back to slide 5, which was the funded ratio. You definitely tried to reassure us about this, but it is down 20% over 3 years. So is that the new normal? Is that comparable to other similar plans? Or is this something that needs to be brought back up over time?
Yeah, it's a great question. And so for the audience's benefit, there are 2 lines on this page. I went through this very quickly. There's a gray line that is the smoothed actuarial value basis, and that takes into account the market fluctuations over time that we're trying to mitigate. And then that red line is on a market value basis. And so to answer your question, Vice Mayor, there are 2 real things going on. There was a huge asset loss in 2022. And so you can see that in 2022, that red line dropped precipitously. Well, coincidentally, that's also when the collective bargaining changes came into play. So to answer your direct question, did other cities experience this? Yes, on the asset side, not on the collective bargaining provisions changes side. The good news is that if you see 2024 this year, the red line and the gray line are back together again. That means that we're on an upswing. We're not pretending that we have more money than we actually have in the plan, which is one way to look at it. But this is something that many of our clients across the state are dealing with, just not to the extent that you all are because of the timing of the benefit changes.
So if these lines track, that means, is that a more stable situation then? Basically?
That's right. And the goal is that gray line kind of bounces between where the red line goes up and down. And it has done that, but it's hard to see because 2022 is such a big change. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Very good. Further commission questions? I've got one. I know I've got your full report at home, but do you track the investment returns of the fund versus any benchmark, like just the S&P 500 or anything like that?
Yeah, so that is the job of the plans investment consultant, but you can look at my report and to see the historical performance in the back over time, but you would have to ask Stakarchik for her reports from the investment consultant.
Gotcha, but your report just shows the returns, doesn't show versus any benchmark.
And that's partially because I have to stay in my lane. I can't give investment advice.
Gotcha.
That could be construed.
Very good, thank you. Further commission questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very good, that takes us up to audience to be heard. Do we have anyone signed up for audience to be heard? Mr. Alfred?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have 12 speakers.
Okay, let's get started, see how far we can get.
First speaker, Elaine Hall, followed by Cindy Duarte, followed by Paul Nadef.
Just name and address for the record, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Elaine Hall. I live at 938 Southeast 10th Court, Pompano Beach, Florida. I am here publicly stating that neither the city nor a Cardi entity in the past or in the current have the title to the Nancy Canal. On our second public record request, we found the title search for the Nancy Canal. Attorney Greenberg requested the title search, and lot 29 through 41 is the 13 houses on the west side of the Nancy Canal. North to south only is a title fee. The 13 houses from north to south are vested interest holders. We, the 13 houses, did not quit claim to the city of Pompano Beach the land under the Nancy Canal, butting up to the eastern property line. And who is Mr. Green? He's Eddie Accardi's attorney. I have a letter here from Coastal Systems International, the March 9th, 2001, and it is a fee title to the owners of the residents to the west. And I have another letter from Coastal Systems, March 27, 2002. Eddie Accardi needed the 13 homeowners to the west required to be a signer on the application. I have another letter here, South Florida Water Management, February 28, 2002. The property to the west of the car dealership will be required to be a signer on the application. Now let's fast forward to today. Now we have 2 new players in the game, Eddie Accardi's son, Joey Accardi, and Pompano Real Estate Investments. And right across from me is on the canal is 943 and 1001 South Federal Highway. On 1001, there is a dock and a boat lift that's is past its property line on several feet into the Nancy Canal. One, I did not see my name on that application for that permit. Two, the city of Pompano Beach failed to do its due diligence to research before they give a permit. I like to know what the city's going to do about it. To my calculation, as a vested interest holder of the land under the water, north to south of the Nancy Canal, that dock and boat lift are several feet into the Nancy Canal. They are squatters on my property. The trees are on my property, not Accardi's, nor Pompano Real Estate Investment. Don't touch nor cut our trees. I am sending a large, thick packet of documents to the state attorney's office and 8 others and a news journalist.
Very good. Thank you for that. Next speaker.
Cindy Duarte, followed by Paul Nadef.
Hi, I'm Cindy Duarte. I live at 932 Southeast 10th Court in Pompano Beach. I'm here to talk about 943 South Federal Highway. That is also across the street across the canal from where Elaine lives. In 1994 and again in 2002, there is a building that sits on the bulkhead of the Nancy Canal. It has been declared an unsafe structure, not once, but twice. It's taken 9 years to have something happen with this building. A permit expired on 4/1 of this year for building improvements. This building is crumbling, still unsafe. There are people parking under there. It's being used as a storage entity. And I sent the expired permit to Mr. Rada during our last meeting that you had Mr. Donovan set up, Mr. Harrison. I have an email from Fawn Powers to John Saropoulos, dated August 18th, 2022, from a records request. Bingo, kind of. This went to John Saropoulos, Brian Donovan, Mark Berman, about a request, CRA bond detail project for CIP fiscal year 2014 to 2018. $10,000 approximately has been paid out for work on this Accardi matter in 2008. It looks like Fawn did some work for you, Mr. Berman, on the 2001 title report. There is an entire timeline of information and checks written between 2001 and 2002 to approximately $41,000 from the city of Pompano Beach to Pomoco. That's Eddie Accardi's property. Why is the city paying a private company? Ms. Fessick, I'm not getting very much response from anyone when I ask questions and need information. If this was part of a CRA project, I want to know about it. It was supposed to be building a seawall to which the city has no title. So I am going to ask for your help in getting some answers finally.
Got it.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker.
Paul Nadoff, 305 Southeast 12th Avenue, Apartment 1B, Pompano Beach, Florida, 33060. It's very appreciative to come here today. I'm sorry if I'm not dressed, you know, like, us fat guys maybe don't have the kind of budget to, you know, but we appreciate having this kind of forum so people could discuss the issues that they're having, that they're affected at a city level, at a personal level, at a business level within the city. And I want to thank Mayor Hardin and Vice Mayor Allison Fournier, Kervin Alford, the city clerk, because these people have taken time out and spoken to me personally, engaged me, and you know, directly representing me in the city, and I really appreciate that. And I noticed people here too who, you know, maybe you know, we don't exactly get to talk. But why say negative things, right? This is about trying to come up with solutions for stuff. Some things I heard here before I preface, you know, just to preface what I'm going to say, I've heard that we're appreciative of conserving water, even though it's probably going to be over our head, right? I mean, we kind of like, you know, it's great to hear that the police have competent people working on their pension, okay? Right? All right. I'm doing local business. I'm doing business with a bank here in Pompano Beach with my boss. We go into a bank on April 22nd, and the bank manager, who's been a very unstable person, brought an issue to a head where I'm complimenting her, and she is insulting me. So I said to her, look, we may not be able to do business with you anymore. She throws us out of the bank. The next day, she freezes the accounts. Okay, we don't find that out till, that's the 23rd. That same 22nd, we file complaints with corporate complaints. We file complaints with her chief legal officer, which is kind of like way up there into the stratosphere of getting her and people in our company who are regulatory legally responsible. On the 29th started what's continued to be like the worst swatting incident that's nonviolent in the history of, I can't even remember here, where state officials, police, BSO, Pompano Beach descend on us, and it's pretty clear it's a retaliation. And we're not looking for anyone to prevent an investigation, but you know, there's a history of bringing issues to them and them not being able to either even come to the property. Last times I've been talking to people, they're cursing at people on the phone, they're cursing at us, and you know, it's just not a sustainable thing. So let's get that budget, you know, that pension up for you guys, because you know what? If you bankrupt the city, they might need the money to borrow.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Next speaker, Matthew Walsh, followed by Pat Anderson, followed by Ken Stoller. Matthew Walsh.
My name is Matthew Walsh. I run a small business at 23 East Atlantic Boulevard here in Pompano Beach. Across the country, in cities like Washington, D.C., San Francisco, Oakland, Berkeley, and in Lowell, Massachusetts, leaders have passed laws to stop long-term commercial vacancies from hollowing out their neighborhoods. They passed vacancy taxes that escalate each year a property stays empty, mandatory registration of vacant properties with maintenance standards, grants and tax credit for small businesses willing to move into long-abandoned spaces. And it's working. So, in cities like Lowell, Massachusetts, they've seen downtowns revitalized, not because developers came in and saved them, but because they created real incentives to fill empty spaces with real penalties for letting properties rot. So, meanwhile, here in Pompano Beach, for example, we continue to see buildings like 2310 East Atlantic Boulevard, or 505 North Federal Highway sit vacant for years. What do? They attract the homeless encampments, the drug use, the public health hazards, right behind those places. So I would love to move my business into either of these properties. But after reaching out multiple times to the real estate agents, I get no response. And when you try to look up who even owns them, it's like they barely exist. Just shell LLCs named after the addresses, like 2310 Atlantic LLC, hiding behind their paperwork, the same way my current landlords like to do that with their company, East Village 2300 LLC. It's a pattern: absentee ownership, zero accountability, and local citizens left behind. We see our city leadership refusing to answer public questions about insider land deals. We see private citizens like Ms. Kim Breismeister handing special treatment, grabbing the microphone at a public meeting while the real public gets silenced. It's time for that to change. We have a chance to be leaders, not followers. We can implement a modest escalating vacancy tax, just the way they did in those cities. We can require property owners to register and maintain vacant buildings like they did in Lowell, Massachusetts, and offer credits to small local businesses that fill in those spaces instead of letting out-of-town developers leave them there in the dark. I'm leaving a handout. Anyone wants to grab it, I'll give it to you. And in the handout, it outlines exactly how these cities are making it happen and what steps Pompano Beach can take right now. The choice is simple. We can either stand up for our community or we can let it be sold off one empty building at a time. Thanks for your time.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker.
Pat Anderson, followed by Ken Stoller, followed by Ryan McNichols.
Hi, this is Pat Russell Anderson. I'm a 30-year resident of Pompano Beach by the Pink Church, and I welcome all you wonderful new ladies. What, Commissioner Rex, what are you doing with all these ladies? Thank goodness we all like you. I'm here almost like an echo to the two people that people are really concerned what's happening with Pompano Beach. And I want you to know that I am a senior and I am a person of the community. I've been an artist. I know how to draw and paint. And I know how what I'm seeing I don't like. And so for you who have not heard me before, I'm here now because I had a court hearing. Brenda Foreman, she's the notice of the court date. It's felony Central County Court date, State of Florida versus Simmons, case number 83001432CF10A. On April 25, 2025, at 3:30 p.m. I, Pat Russell Anderson, appeared on time. The court was in session. I don't know if you've been into the courthouse, but it's quite a huge building. My first husband owned the building that lived there, was there. It used to be called the Justice Building. He was Thomas C. Bird Jr., an attorney, a big family. I used to be with Secret Woods and Sistrunk in that trust. So anyway, my next husband was Pete Anderson, and we bought the house at 2650 Northeast 24th Street by the Pink Church. And so at this Simmons court hearing I heard, I told him I was on time, and he said, "We don't have you in session here." And I said, "Well, you've got to, because it involves handling Social Security checks to dead people. There's this Doge thing going on." And I said, "I think you better hear what I have to say." "Well, you're not on the records." "I am too. I'm here on time." So I said, "I have this old sale of Pete and mine, and it was deceased. Mr. Simmons was deceased when we bought it. It was a trust. So this is with Doge now. And May 2nd of 2022, you had...
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
You are going to run into bankruptcy because this Michael Peasy, you're not telling the truth that you smashed my house.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Hit and run.
Thank you.
And Chris Ema has changed all the house numbers and the zip codes.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
It's against the law.
Going to have to cut
Mayor.
you off. Going to have to cut you off, Ms. Anderson. I appreciate you being here.
Well,
Thank you.
it's with
Thank you.
President Trump
Thank you.
and Elon. Thank you.
Very good.
Have a good evening.
Okay. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Ken Stoller, 806 Northeast 5th Avenue, Pompano Beach. We'll talk today about our speed hump, our traffic calming devices. Nothing to, I don't want them taken up, but a few weeks ago I had the opportunity to be transported by ambulance to one of our area hospitals. And on 5th Avenue there are 11 speed humps. Speed humps are good. They do calm some traffic. Some people like to use them as jumps to see how much air they can get. But on that day, I noticed as I was in the back of the ambulance and they were trying to work on me going towards Atlantic, bump. It was like going down a road with potholes in it. And I was saying, this cannot be. What if I had a back injury? What if I had a spinal injury? What if I was in severe trauma? And I thought, this is not good. We got to do something about this. There are ways that I believe that we can get around this, and that is to go to speed cushions, which are tailored to emergency vehicles to help in their transport. It's a smoother operation, or to do the offset the current speed humps to where we make ways to where the width of the axle of the rescue vehicles will have a smoother ride wherever they may be going. The speed humps right now, they can, studies show, and I've asked a few people here in our city, other cities, and in Georgia where they have them, can cut off at least 10 seconds per hump going to the destination or to the hospital. In my case, that's close to 2 minutes if you're going to Imperial Point. Thankfully, it was not, ended up not being life-threatening, but it may have been otherwise. And when they're trying to work on you and doing the speed hump, it's not a pleasant experience. You don't want to become a pincushion, which I didn't. Our rescue crew did a fine job. So what I'd like for the city to do is to look at it, talk to the fire rescue, and see what will help them in transportation of our city residents to the local hospitals. We don't want anything else bad to happen to our folks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Mayor.
Commissioner Fasick.
First of all, I'm happy that you're okay, so that's good. But I did actually hear, to add to that real quick, I did actually talk to our firefighters and EMS, and they've mentioned not just speed humps, but actually also just our paving of our roads in general, that they actually now count. In the back of the ambulance, they can actually count during certain roads where the pothole is, where the issue, where the bump is. So I think it's something that we should look at, and I'd love to see more information and maybe even find a workshop or something around traffic calming and safety measures. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan McNichols. I live at 777 South Federal Highway. I am not a business owner, nor do I have any financial interest in commercial real estate. I am simply a Pompano resident who sees an issue and think that we as a community can do something to make our city better. Statistically, Pompano does not have a serious commercial real estate vacancy problem. Actually, we're doing pretty good, all things considered. However, key areas of our city, including stretches of Atlantic Boulevard and Federal Highway, have storefronts that are sitting vacant and have for years. Personally, there are places that I've run by now and have been boarded up and vacant for years on end. Since Pompano is a growing area, we would expect that some businesses would like to open a location in these vacant spots, especially on a road that's heavily trafficked as Atlantic heading towards the beach. This begs the question, why are these commercial properties empty, and what can we do as a city to fix it? Luckily for us, there are a lot of other American cities facing a similar problem, and some have started solving it. While obviously every city's economy struggles with its own unique issues, Pompano being no exception, numerous cities have successfully enacted policies at the local level to tax commercial real estate that has been sitting vacant for extended periods of time. The time parameters, tax rates, and exemptions vary city to city and are based on data that elected officials have collected from market impact studies. Oftentimes, these tax plans are paired with other programs, such as grants or tax credits, to encourage small business proliferation, creating a joint carrot-stick system to help solve this problem. Cities who have enacted such policies have seen increased occupancy rates, new local businesses, and overall increases in commerce within their communities. I'm confident that somewhere in our $500 million budget, a 17% increase over last year's, we can find the means to conduct a small market impact study looking at potential impacts of creating a similar program here in Pompano Beach. This will allow us to implement an answer to this problem of vacancy and bring more businesses into Pompano and make our community an even better place to live. Thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Appreciate your input. Next speaker.
Next speaker, Ruben Young, followed by Terry Williams, followed by Michelange Obel.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Ruben Young. I came up here from Miami, Florida. I came because this is my city as well. I spent a lot of time up here. I love Pompano, so I'm not here to clash with anybody, but I want to just bring some concerns that I think the commission need to know about. You know, people still talk to me. You know, I've been away for a while. I still keep engaged, keep in conversation. I've been on a retreat, nurturing my beautiful face because it broke out these spots. But I came today because there's two things I'm hearing in the conversation, Mr. Mayor. I'm hearing that people are complaining about treatment, that the people that come before this commission to speak, they're complaining about being treated a certain way, indifference. I'm also hearing about the relationships of how we're interacting with the developers. A lot of people are talking to me about kickbacks and stuff like that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that because I think that this board care about the conduct of the day-to-day operation of this county, of this city, and across the board. You know, when I ran for the U.S. House of Representatives and also ran for a Matt Meadows position back in 2008, I did that because I wanted to make a difference. I rise at the highest level of civility. There's two persons that I really, 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 really miss. That's Pat Lockins and Willie Lawson. I learned a lot from them. I learned how they tried to conduct themselves in a way where they treated everybody fairly. And I think that this is where I rise today, because I do love Pompano. I have a lot of family. I'm kin to the Rose, the Fergusons, the Atleys, the Gibson. So I feel like I have a lot of family here as well as down south. So, Mr. Mayor, board, the commissioner, we have a lot of people. You have all these dissenting voices because people feel that they are being locked out. The people that engage this city, engage this county, those are a lot of, I see there are a lot of dissenting voices. But I think that we can forget it and include those voices, because let me tell you something. You have somebody in this chamber, Patricia Williams. I got a chance to see her in Tallahassee. I worked for State Representative James Bush III. I saw the value of a representative that represented this city well. And she did that. Another one is Terry Williams. These are the people that I get around because they keep me up to day. So, Mr. Mayor, this board, respectfully, open the doors to every other voice that you may find to be in the dissent. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
I apologize for coming to your city. Terry Williams Eden, 757 Northwest 15th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida, 33060. I came here on April the 30th. I was invited to come. Upon me speaking, once I left from the podium to speak, Commissioner Beverly Perkins walked off the dais to come and take a picture of myself and Kim Burmeister. Attorney Brayman, you already know me and Kim Burmeister are not friends, we're not buddies, but we are citizens. Okay, should be treated fairly. So when you took a picture, I came to give you a picture of you. I respect your mother. She thanked me for not bothering you. And that's why you got in this seat. It wasn't by no way other means. Now later on, you've been getting in because of the Haitian votes. So Ms. Perkins, I apologize to you, but I need to say this. 2021, Perkins Moody, you directed one of your followers calling Duncan to contact the state attorney's office to do a frivolous report, which turned out to be not valuable, and you caused me to have some people to be terminated. 2021, Perkins ran over a pedestrian Thomas.
She's accusing me.
Ran over that individual.
She's accusing me of it.
Ran over that individual. You failed to call 911 in law enforcement, but you bribed the individual and he did not move forward charges. You had the union complaint in 2022. You directed followers to do a real estate run on my children. This is my decedent son. And you're constantly doing things. I'm trying to uphold his wishes to not bother you. Second of all, you engaged in sending letters.
Ms. Williams, I'm going to ask, is there an issue that we...
Yeah, there's an issue. There's an issue. Violation of ethics, coming after people when you don't like what they say. I do investigate people. That's what I do. Just like you came before to meet with me and an FDLE director, to have pastors as well as Vicente Thor and Sharon Walker Stone reviewed. You remember when the governor came. My point, Mr. Mayor, is this, because I don't like to be stopped, and I'm trying to say something. It's a public forum.
Well, if
Beverly
you're accusing me of
Perkins,
something, I am
Beverly,
going
I'm
to
not
stop you.
accusing you. I have documentations. If I was accusing you, I'm facet about law. I would say allegation.
Okay,
It's
let's-
not an allegation.
and
So
finish
my
up.
position is this here. When people come before this dais, whether you like what they say or not, you show respect, although you all don't show much to yourself. You must be cognizant of that. And if I have done anything to say something about you that's not right, I'm bigger than you. I will say I forgive you, but I haven't forgotten you. And I just got a complaint last night about you having an individual, and this would be a write-up to all of you all to see. You have a young lady that has a business, and what she does is get checks from her grants. She turns those checks in and turns the money into you. Don't ever believe that you cannot, and I'm not going to say
Here
allegation.
and
I'm
accuse
not
me
going
of
to say
things that I
alleged.
have no idea what you're
I'm not
talking
going to
about.
say
You're
alleged. You
delusional.
sure don't. You don't. I'm
You are
telling you,
delusional.
Beverly, be cognizant of how you treat people and remove yourself from dealing with me.
Very
Thank you,
good.
Mayor. May I speak?
Commissioner Perkins, go ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead.
yes. You know, young lady, if you like to have a one-on-one talk with me, you can. We can talk.
Ms. Williams, thank you. Thank you. Your time is done. Ms. Williams, I'm going to ask you, Ms. Williams, I'm going to ask you to stop. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Some of what she said I heard, and some of it I didn't hear, and then some of it I don't understand. But I'm willing to talk with you if you want to talk one-on-one. But I have no idea what she's talking about with some of the things she's talking about. But the issue is, she doesn't need to try to dim my light to shine, because we all shine. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Williams, I'm going to ask you, this is your final warning. Okay, good, very good. Vice Mayor?
Sorry, I don't know what any of that was about. We are here to do a job as commissioners, and my hope and expectation is when people come to speak, they come to talk about issues and problems and ideas for our city and not personally attacking us, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker? Help us out here.
I don't think anybody can help y'all out.
I know we ran for these seats.
I'm just coming bearing gifts. That's all I'm coming. I'm Michelangelo Bell at Pompano Residence. I have the pleasure and honor to serve as the president and CEO of Community-Based Connection, as well as the vice president of FD Construction. But today I'm wearing the hat of the CEO of Community-Based Connection. We are honored to continue to provide resources to our community regarding mental health. We have therapists who can see kids as young as 9 and as old as 17 to be seen and to have family therapy. We also looking at community mental health, where now we're going to be in partnership with Broward County School Board District and the principal at Blanchard High School, Mr. Will, who's doing a phenomenal job. We're going to be reopening the clinic on Blanchard campus, where we're going to be taking social services, primary care health, and putting it all under one roof to better serve the community. And I have worked out that if someone don't have health insurance, you'll still be seen by a nurse practitioner. And we have partnered with Florida Blue to make sure people can find an opportunity to be covered as well. As some of you know from the past, and new folks who join, I have got a chance to meet you one-on-one. Understand that whenever I come, I try to come and bear gift. I rarely talk about issues. I think you all have enough people doing that. But I do believe in your new opportunity of your development that's coming downtown. I do believe if there's ever a chance to collaborate with our organization to make sure not only people secure employment opportunity, but contract opportunities as well, we want to make sure we're able to do so. I close with this, is that at the end of the day, it's always important to expand the option that change the odds for children and family of all of Broward County, particularly Pompano, because I personally grew up here. Went to Pompano Beach High School, went to Chris Lake Middle School, went to Palm View, and so having gone off to college and come back home and have poured millions into our community in terms of resources, it's always an honor to be a leveraged partner for the city of Pompano. And so wherever I can do, wherever I can serve, I'm happy to do so. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Perkins?
Yeah, I want to thank Mr. Obell for doing such a great job. He's going to be honored on Friday for the Man of the Year, Adema. So I just want to say congratulations and thank you and keep up the good work. We're waiting on that nursing building at Anchila High School.
Yeah, so I will say the school board should be sending you all an email. I asked for the Pompano Beach Commission to be there, and so it'll get out to the rest of the folks in the community to have the ribbon cutting where you all can participate in. Again, this is what collective work look like when we collaborate and make honest change for everyone. And so I'm always excited about that. So I'm hoping the clinic's open. Again, it's going to be right here for the community, and it'll be free of services. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Mayor?
All right.
We do have just 2 remaining speakers. How would you like to proceed?
2 remaining speakers? Okay, let's go ahead and bring them on.
Okay. Tondra King, followed by Jackie Moreland.
Thank you. My mom was laughing. My name is Sandra King, 124 Northwest 15th Street. I just want to say thank you to Major Elwood, Captain Stallings, and his crew. We have seen a tremendous difference on 15th Street with the trucks not being parked there. We can leave our homes. We can leave our driveways. We're not stuck at night coming from Bible study. I want to say thank you for the amazing job. We've been fighting this fight for 3 years, so maybe we just didn't have the right people in place. Thank you, Commissioner Perkins, and the other commissioners on the dais that have helped us. We really, really appreciate it. The speed is still a factor. I guess we can work on that later. I know there's a project perhaps that's coming down 15th Street, but we definitely have seen a 99% turnaround with the trucks not being on our street. It's easier to move around, to leave your home, and I want to publicly thank them because I publicly complained a lot. So I want to publicly thank Broward Sheriff's Office and Chief Elwood and his staff for the amazing job that we've seen these last few weeks on 15th Street. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker. Commissioner Smith.
I just want to say, Carvin, thank you for allowing the next speaker to come because that was good news. Good news, Tundra. We appreciate that.
Good afternoon. I'm Jackie Moreland. I live at 1526 Northwest 7th Lane, and I'll be good because my 91-year-old mama is here, and I always want to make her proud, but I always make her proud. I, too, want to say thank you to Major Elwood. Thank you to Deputy Stallings. I live in Canal Point. I'm sorry, Captain Stallings. You know how we go back so far. I'm sorry, Captain Stallings. I live in Canal Point, so I'm closer to the trucks than my sister and my mom, and it has been a 100% turnaround. I appreciate it. I see the cars, BSO is there visible, and we can go to work, we can come home. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It has made a tremendous difference. I don't know if y'all told people they got to go or whatever, but the trucks are gone, and I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. And I also want to say thank you to Captain Stallings, too. He's been working with the community of Canal Point with the speed bumps. So I want to say thank you for that. Also, thank you to Mario. We're still getting some things and some signs together in my neighborhood, and I was told by a certain person in the city that I don't give compliments, but that's not true. I'm a teacher. I give compliments. So I want to compliment you all for the work that you've done. We appreciate you, and I thank you for the difference that you've made in my neighborhood. I appreciate it. And a couple other things. I don't mean to be Debbie Downer, but I also want to thank the maintenance workers for how beautiful they keep the front of Canal Point. They've always keep it looking green, and our lawn is cut very nicely, and it's always kept up on a regular basis in Canal Point. So I want to thank the city maintenance workers who cut our lawn and keep the front of Canal Point looking real beautiful. A couple of things. Mayor Harden, I saw your video, and I was kind of taken aback because all of a sudden I see you doing a video compelling people to be concerned about what's going on in the northwest section of Pompano in District 4 when we've had a lot of other things going on and you didn't do your public service announcement with the video. But now with this $1 billion project coming in and you're saying you want us to look like the beach and how you want to make things better, but I've been coming up here for a long time about the substation, and we haven't gotten that, and I haven't seen a video or you doing that. So I'm just a little perplexed about now we're seeing this push for let's get together. Now District 4, we can do what we need to do for District 4. But I know my commissioner has been fighting for what needs to be done in District 4 for a long time. And just staying with that project, on the topic of the project, one of your consultants has been going door to door in District 4 and informing business owners and citizens about the upcoming project that's going to be coming up in District 4. And she's saying that there are certain persons and businesses that are benefiting financially from the project. My family's business, my sister's business, was named to a person, a business that this person went to see. Since this person is your said consultant, my family, my mom would appreciate it that if you all would tell your consultant to be careful in the things that they're saying, because we're not benefiting from anything of that project coming through, but this said person that is a consultant for the city is doing a tour campaign, if you will, and naming persons and businesses in Pompano that is benefiting from that project, and it's wrong.
Very good.
My
Thank
dad worked very hard to have the name that we have in this community.
Very good. Thank you, Ms.
What's
Ms.
right, and we work hard,
Thank
so
you, Ms.
please,
Moreland.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mayor, just before we go on to consent, just want to quickly mention that two sign-up, Sela Fenzio and Kim Sherman, did sign up to speak, but they're here to speak on item 11. So if you're here in the audience, you'll be when item 11 is called upon, you'll be given an opportunity to speak.
Okay.
That's it, Mayor. That concludes audience to be heard.
Very good. All right, thank you for that. That takes us up to our consent agenda. Can I get a motion approving item 1 through 3, 5, and 7 through 10?
So moved. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Very good. Item number 4 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing staff submission of a grant application to the State of Florida Department of Management Services for the purpose of obtaining funds for cybersecurity technical assistance, and, if awarded, authorizing the city manager to accept the funds and execute all appropriate documents, providing an effective date.
So moved. Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Fessick. Commissioner?
Hi there. I pulled this because I just wanted a little bit more information related and so I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak on this, simply because I know that technology in general is something we have been bringing to meetings and trying to make a difference. So I would like to hear from you what you're hoping to find with this and in general.
Very good. Mr. Zamoski, you want to present the item?
Mayor, Commissioners, Gene Zamoski, CIO. So to understand your question correctly, you want me to, I could barely hear you.
Oh,
I'm
sorry. So what are you hoping to accomplish with this, specifically for the city?
Specifically for the city, it's going to provide endpoint-based asset discovery, which is a solution focused on infrastructure which discovers network-connected devices, provides a comprehensive inventory of hardware and software assets across your enterprise. We're also going to get network-based asset discovery, which is a solution providing enterprise visibility into managed and unmanaged Internet of Things devices discovered via network traffic.
Okay.
Sorry, I talk so fast.
No, that's okay. I also talk fast, so that's okay. My only sort of question related to all of this is the second part. So it's, and if awarded, authorizing the city manager to accept the funds and execute all the appropriate documents. I just want to make sure that we understand, I mean, everybody likes a grant, right? We like free money. But I'd like to find maybe another way to look at that, because Mr. Harrison, my one concern is when we're talking about technology, I just want to make sure that we're given the opportunity to be aware of what's happening in the city from a from a technology standpoint. And so I would just request that if we have more information about this before it's signed off on and implemented, if we do get the grant. That's all. Thank you.
Sure, that'll be fine.
Very good. All right, this is a public meeting. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Ean?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fortier?
Yes.
Harden.
Yes. Item number 6 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, changing the designation of a certain right-of-way within the City of Pompano Beach, currently known as Northwest 27th Avenue, with the southern boundary of Atlantic Boulevard and the northern boundary of Northwest 16th Street, to a dual designation of Reverend Evander Derrico Senior Avenue with Northwest 27th Avenue to be displayed on the uppermost portion of signage, providing an effective date.
So moved. Second.
Moved and second for discussion. I pulled this item for the family. They wanted to say a few, and they had some things they wanted to say. Pastor Derrico?
Good afternoon, I'm thinking to the Dears. Appreciate you. We thank you for what you did for us as far as allowing us to have the street named after our father. But what I wanted to say to you all is I'm here to ask a request because I don't know what's the rule on whether or not the name is on top or whether or not the name is on the bottom. But my request or the family's request to you all is that the name would be on the top with the street number on the bottom. Now, I don't know whether anybody else ever did this because, like I say, I don't know the rule. But we was taught you have not because you ask not. So we're asking that from you all. If you can give us that, we would appreciate it. I say thank you again. Across the city, we do have streets that have the person's name up top with the street number on the bottom. So consider that. Thank you again. Have a great day.
Yeah, before you leave, just name an address for the record.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Pastor Evander Derrico Jr., 5310 Northeast 9th Terrace, Pompano Beach, Florida, 33064.
Thank you for that, Pastor. This is a public meeting. Is there a public item? Is there any input from the public?
Can I get 30 seconds?
Well, sure, if you want to talk on the item.
On this item, you can speak on this item.
Yeah, this is only on this item. Nope. Okay. Seeing none, public input closed. Mr. McCon, can we make sure the name is on the top of the street sign?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission, Rob McCon, Public Works Director. The city's policy, I'd say this goes back to about 2012. So Reverend Derrico is correct. You see streets out there where the name's on top and the street number's on the bottom. But at that time, there were some concerns about people getting confused, not being able to follow the signs because name changes. For example, Southwest 3rd Street changes its name 3 times before you get to Powerline. It's Chris Riker Plaza, it's John Knox Village, and it's Racetrack Road. So the thought was put the numeric designation on top, and that way people could follow it as they drive. I will say, I could say almost absolutely categorically across the board that when any of us drive now, not locally, we don't look at street signs, we know where we live. But if you're in Orlando, you're in Tallahassee, you're not looking at street signs, you're looking at your phone. So I understand street signs are not necessarily a navigational aid that they were in the past, but that's what the policy is.
Gotcha. And who came up with that policy? Was
through the commission, when it came before you to consider, it was someone, I don't know which sign specifically, I could roll back and see exactly when it changed, but that's what the policy was, and we started implementing it, I think it's around 2011, 2012.
Gotcha. Okay. Understood. So the policy is what the policy is right now, but of course we can change that policy if we wanted to.
Correct, Mayor.
I'd make a motion we revisit that policy.
Second.
Very good. So yeah, my motion would be to revisit that policy and do away with that policy and in that provision. So it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on that?
Mayor, do
Mr.
you want to
McCollum?
implement that with this particular sign?
I guess you'll have to bring it back for a change in policy before you can do that, to see if it actually flies, I guess. It's Mr. Berman?
You can make a motion to amend the resolution to change the order of where the signage is for purposes of this item.
Okay.
And then you can grant that, then you can, or then you can change the policy if you want.
Okay.
Two different things, but if you want to amend what we've put in this resolution, I can either bring you back, but since everybody's here, if you want to do it today.
Okay, then fine, then I'd withdraw my original motion and make the motion that we amend this particular resolution so that we can stipulate that it have the name on top and the street number on the bottom.
Second.
Can make that notation. Perfect.
Copacetic, good. Okay, very good.
Is there a second?
Moved, seconded by Commissioner Fasick, yes. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item, on the motion? Seeing none. Commission discussion on the motion. Okay, let's call the roll on the motion.
As amended.
As amended.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Resolution.
No. This is just on the amendment, right?
On the resolution as amended. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is on the
Thank you. My
motion
bad.
to amend.
My bad.
Yeah, on the motion to amend. Okay, that's what we're calling the roll on the motion to amend.
My bad.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner, Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. So now, any further discussion on the actual item? As amended, seeing none, let's call the roll on the item as amended.
I'm not going to try and help anymore.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. So what just happened is we just stipulated the name will be on top on this particular one. Very good. Thank you. All right. That takes us up to our regular agenda. Item number 10A is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a subordination agreement in favor of Truist Bank as senior lender to permit refinancing of its $10.5 million leasehold mortgage to rehabilitate the 182-unit Golden Square affordable housing development, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Goldstein.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayors, Commissioner. This item is before you today in order to assist the Housing Authority of Pompano Beach to meet their refinancing of the Golden Square housing development. So the original first position loan on the property matured on May 1st, 2025, prompting the Housing Authority to pursue refinancing. Truist Bank has been selected as the new first mortgage lender, and the Housing Authority is working to close this transaction as soon as possible. So the Housing Authority will be unable to proceed with the refinancing by May 18th without the city's approval of the subordination. And I have Mr. Leonard Robinson, Executive Director of the Housing Authority, to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you for that. Does Mr. Leonard wish to make any presentation or just here for questions? Very good. Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Commissioner Fasick? No? Very good. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So this was added at the last minute here. Is that because there's an urgency to this because of the maturity date on May 1st? And
Correct, yes. So in order for them to accomplish their closing for the refinance, it has to be done by May 18th. What I understand. Yep.
okay. I mean, yeah, I haven't had the time to go through all of the documents since we just got this, but I assume that this is just a straightforward refinancing of it.
Correct, and the city's going to remain in its current subordinate position.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, what is the city's position?
Second.
I believe it's second. I have to double check. Yeah. Second.
Second? Mm-hmm. Okay, so really this is about, I mean, I don't know whether you all received this earlier, but I just received it just before the meeting, so I haven't had a chance to look through it. So in other words, if the city is not involved, we will not be able to
So basically,
to that deadline of May 18th?
right. Right, I guess without the approval of this new refinancing, then they won't be able to do their closing, and that's has to be done by May 18th, from what I understand. If you have anything
But
to add,
did we just find out about the refinancing? Is that just something came up briefly, the refinancing?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Did we know in advance about the refinancing?
We learned about this relatively recently as well.
Okay.
From the Housing Authority.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay, that's it, actually. We certainly, we've been looking forward to these apartments for a while, so, yeah, so we want to move this right along.
Thank you.
Very good.
I just had a question. You said you also learned about this relatively a short while ago. And this is nothing, again, really towards you or this. I also haven't had a chance to really go through this, of course, because it's been so quick. But I would like to mention again, and this is more from did you have more than 2 weeks' notice?
No.
Okay.
Did not. So this originally was supposed to be on the agenda for the May 27th meeting, and then I was told that it was an emergency item and that it needed to be placed on the agenda this afternoon.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. That's helpful. Yeah, if we knew that it was going to expire May 1st, did we know that in advance? And just it was never on anybody's radar, I guess? Is that
We weren't made
accurate?
aware of it.
Okay.
Yeah, this is I believe this was a loan from 2008. So.
That's fine. I agree, we need the housing. I'd love to be able to look at this more in detail, but obviously, since there is a rush on things. In the future, again, for the city, I'd just prefer that we try to be on top of things so that we don't have these emergency things be created often, which we've seen quite a bit of lately. So, thank you so much.
Yeah, Mr. Goldstein, so the urgency for this item is as a result of the Housing Authority, correct? I mean,
Correct.
Okay, we didn't realize, we had it scheduled for our next agenda, but suddenly it bubbled up from the Housing Authority that it needed to be on this agenda to keep with their time schedule. And basically, this is a refinance, so we're staying in second position. That's it. Period. End of story. We're just agreeing to stay in second position so they can move forward with their new first position financing.
Correct.
That's all it is. Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Perkins.
Yeah, so one last question. I know, Mr. Robinson, so are we still, the end of the year, expecting these apartments to be completed?
That's good.
The reason I'm asking, because, I'm trying to work on that traffic light on that intersection, so I want to make sure that traffic light is there at the time that these apartments are opened.
Okay, Leonard Robinson, I'm with the Housing Authority, Pompano Beach, 321 West Atlantic Boulevard. Commissioner, these are existing units. These are the existing units across the street from the 100 units that we're building.
Okay.
We financed those in approximately 2010. 15 years, the bonds are over now. So the financing, we're up for refinancing now because the existing financer has actually given us to the 18th to be able to refinance and go
Thank you
through.
for explaining
So
that.
that's where they extended it, even though it expired on May 1st.
Okay. So this is Golden Square across
Golden
from the
Square,
new units where it's gated.
Yeah, and we're going to be doing, and let me just give you advance notice now, we're going to be also refinancing Golden Villas, which is a smaller project that's right there with those 302 units.
Gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate that. Good information.
Very good. I got Vice Mayor.
While you're here, one quick question. Are these units already rehabbed?
No, ma'am.
So
What has happened over the bond, because of the bond transactions, we've maintained them, but at this point in refinancing, what we're doing now is getting ready to add new roofs and do some other rehabilitation at this time as we're going to refinance. So that's what we're doing.
Thank you.
So we're refinancing and rehabilitating.
So you can rehab then?
Yes, ma'am.
Financing for rehab,
Mhm.
right? Got it. Okay, great. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes, item number 11 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.3703 Atlantic Boulevard Overlay District, AOD, by expanding permitted uses in the district, provided for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Weems.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Max Weems, Principal Planner and Development Services. This is likely a familiar item. It was presented at the prior commission meeting, but we've added additional information included in the presentation for your consideration. And so, as stated in the ordinance title, this is to introduce additional uses into our Atlantic Overlay District. The purpose of that district is to create a center of activity for residents and visitors alike, and to stimulate economic revitalization, create a pedestrian-friendly environment. We received an application for a jellyfish museum, and that specific use is not a use that's called out within the Atlantic Overlay District regulations, nor one that is permitted on B2 properties. The property of interest happens to be one of the very few B2 properties within the district, and you can see here in the yellow outline, this is the boundary of the Atlantic Overlay District, so a relatively small area of scope. And so, since we denied the application, we all sort of felt like it was something that we could consider, and so that's why we're bringing this item for your consideration, to allow museums within B2 zoning district properties of the Atlantic Overlay District. So the proposed text is as on the screen. We have some of these uses that are permitted within the AOD regardless of their base zoning district, whether it's B2 or B3 or RM, whatever. So what we're specifying here is that a museum shall be permitted in any underlying commercial base zoning district. Now, the only commercial base zoning district within the AOD that does not allow a museum is the B2. So that's why I keep saying that it's limited to those parcels. Same is true for the other indoor commercial or membership, recreation, or entertainment use shall be permitted in any underlying commercial base zoning district. So here I just wanted to give a little bit of context of the properties. Since it is so few, I figured we should call those out. The B3 properties is the red on the map, where the B2 is the pink, and the B3 is where these uses are already permitted, and the B2 would be the affected by this amendment. So starting from the north to the south with this parcel here, we have 199 North Ocean Boulevard. You'll hear more. That's the actual subject site for the tenants. We have 110 North Ocean Boulevard, which is this leg here along A1A. We have the 3400 block of East Atlantic Boulevard. The Briny Pub is there, so I think we all know where this is. And 116 South Riverside Drive. This is the location of an established 22-unit motel. You can't really see it there. It's heavily landscaped, but I promise there's a motel behind the landscaping. And this is just to give some context to the site, that they're well established. So what are these proposed uses? I've provided here the districts where they're permitted. This here shows that it's not permitted in B2 as I've described, but a museum, I mean, we're all generally familiar, but it's a repository for a collection of natural, scientific, historical, or literary curiosities or works of art that are arranged, designed, and intended to be viewed and studied by members of the public with or without admission charge. Can include some accessory uses. Other indoor commercial or recreation entertainment uses, a private indoor entirely enclosed use providing for sport or recreation activities that are operated or carried on primarily for financial gain and that is not specifically listed in the permitted uses table. Health or fitness centers, spas, gymnastic facilities, and dance halls are examples of those. So the Jellyfish Museum, they are here, and I do want to welcome them up here for a presentation. But before I conclude, I just want to say that this item was recommended for approval by the Planning and Zoning Board. And in your backup, we also have letters of support from the Economic Development Council, Visit Fort Lauderdale, Shipwreck Park, the Greater Pompano Chamber of Commerce, the Broward Education Foundation, Broward County Schools, as well as the CRA. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the Jellyfish Museum team for their presentation.
Very good. Please come forward, just identify yourself for the record.
Hi, my name is Irina Pelipkanic, 1919 Southeast 10th Avenue. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, audience. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present a project we believe will make a meaningful contribution to the cultural and educational life of Pompano Beach. Before introducing the project itself, allow me to briefly introduce who we are. We have here two key persons, Jana and Alex Janowski, who have been part of the public aquarium industry for over 20 years. During that time, they created two large-scale public aquariums, and what they are most proud of, they opened the very first museum in Europe, which was built in 2018, dedicated exclusively to jellyfish. And over the years, they've built underwater tunnels, multi-story tanks, and implemented one-of-a-kind design concept. And this jellyfish museum became their flagship achievement and even earned them a professional award. The next slide. Yes. And now we are excited about the possibility to bring a similar but even more evolved concept to Pompano Beach. We are here today to propose the creation of a cultural and educational center unlike anything currently available in the United States, a museum dedicated entirely to jellyfish. Now we know that there's been some discussion about the appearance of the building. We absolutely share your vision for keeping the aesthetic standard of Pompano Beach high. A beautiful and welcoming building is important not only to the city but also to us. That's our brand, that's the first impression, and we really want it to be stunning for everyone. We already created a couple renderings and are fully ready to work with the city planners and departments to make sure everything aligns with the local guidelines and community values. And as it was mentioned before, or maybe not, those renderings are added to the addendum to the lease agreement for conceptual reference purposes. And let me briefly walk you through why this project matters. First, educational one, you can, next slide. Yes, first. We aim to create a space where children and adults can learn together about biology, ecology, and evolution. The content will be accessible, engaging, and memorable. Second one, environmental awareness. Jellyfish are not just beautiful, they're vital indicators of ocean health. This museum will help foster an appreciation of our oceans and build environmental consciousness in a way that's both fun and impactful. Third, tourism. We believe this project can serve as a fresh attraction that brings new visitors to Pompano Beach. The visual design, the interactive exhibits, and unique concept are ideal for media exposure and social sharing, especially on such platforms as Instagram. And fourth, community and inclusion. This isn't just a business venture, it's a space for learning, connecting, and inspiring. We plan to host lectures, workshops, school programs, and inclusive events for children with special needs. And yes, we are committed to social responsibility. We will offer free admission to orphans and kids with disabilities, and also we will offer discounts for adults with disabilities, seniors, and veterans. As part of social commitment, we plan to annually allocate a dedicated budget to support local educational initiatives directed from the museum's net profit. So to wrap it up, this isn't just about jellyfish. This is about creating something meaningful, beautiful, and forward-thinking for the city. We're excited, we are committed, and we are here to collaborate. Thank you for your attention.
Very good, thank you. Appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. My name is Nathan Werner. I reside at 2037 Ocean Mist Drive, Lauderdale by the Sea, Pompano adjacent. I represent the landlord. Our company has been in commercial real estate for close to 50 years. We have done all initial leasing for the Pompano Beach Fishing Village. So all those restaurants that you see on the beach, those were restaurants that our company brought. We believe that this use of this jellyfish museum, in connection to where it's located by the Pompano Beach Fishing Village, 1 block from the pier from all that investment that the city has made in parking garages, that you will be making in the future in parking garages, and bringing hotels to the area, this will become an attraction unlike any other in Miami-Dade, Broward, or Palm Beach County. So we will not only be relying on local residents, but we will be bringing people from all over the Tri-County area and all over the world for this. In representing the landlord, he has expressed that he feels that this is the best use for this building for this community. However, he also understands, as a businessman operating a business, that he has to lease the property. We have been contacted by other uses that would not require any changes be made to the building, the parking lot, or anything else in order for them to get permitted use. He does not want to go in that direction. The preference is to work with these wonderful people who have had this vision to come here to our community. And I just want to say that we have agreed in writing to amend our lease agreement, which has not been fully executed yet, but once we get approvals, we will then move to execution, to amend it, that we will amend the lease and have an addendum that will require the operators of the museum to resurface the parking lot, restripe it, and at the same time, as you saw from the rendering of the exterior of the building, they are committed in writing with the landlord to renovate the exterior of the building to bring that beautiful facade, or actually make that older facade a beautiful facade and something that will be unique to Pompano. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Anything further from presentation side, Mr. Weems?
No, I just wanted to assure you that this addendum to the lease agreement does include the same renderings and graphics that were presented in the presentation. They're provided as exhibits to this agreement.
Very good.
Just for peace of mind.
That was kind of the one sticking point we had last time. Yeah, very good. Let's all right, then let's go ahead. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record. This one over here.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Sherman, 1020 Southeast 5th Avenue in Pompano Beach, Florida. I've been a resident of Pompano for 48 years, and I think this is a fabulous idea. We spent so much money in promoting our waterfront and our fishing village. To have a unique idea like this come to us, I think it would be a terrible mistake for the commission to pass on this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners.
I'd like to say welcome to the first elected mayor of Pompano Beach, John Rayson.
Thank you very much. I stand in favor of this great project. I think it serves educational needs. We all know what jellyfish are. I've been stung by them and all this, but this really, it would be a boon for our city. We don't have too many museums. We have the Blanche Ely House Museum. We have the Sample McDougal House, which I don't think is classified as a museum. This would be a real museum. I think it's perfect for the Atlantic Boulevard Overlay District. It's by the ocean. I think it will attract tourism. I just think it's a win-win for the city. I hope you support it. I don't think you should be concerned that they didn't mention it in the code as because there aren't many museums in the code. So this is one to take advantage of. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Sheila Finazzo at 340 Southeast 14th Avenue in Pompano Beach. I've lived in Pompano for 37 years, and I'm over in Snug Harbor. Thank you, Allison. I'm here to speak in strong support of making this amendment to allow this use and other entertainment uses in the Atlantic Overlay District, which will synergize and bring even more life to our wonderful town. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Vicente Thrower, Mayor, I'm happy to see it brought back up. No one man runs our beach, and that's the point I want to point out today. I think it's a very good idea, and it needs to move forward. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Further input from the public? Please come forward.
Good afternoon. I think the museum is a wonderful idea. Me being an educator and that kind of stimulation for students with special needs and young children, I think it will be a wonderful field trip, and I'm really excited. I was watching out in the lobby and the videos that you showed. I think it will be wonderful, and it'll be such an added asset to the city and to our education department as far as our students are able to go and see and learn from and within the city of Pompano. I think it's a wonderful idea.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker. Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Hello, thank you all. My name is Brian Seavitt. My address is 3204 Colony Club Road, Apartment 5, Pompano Beach. How y'all doing? Thank you. I'd just like to speak in support of this. I am an avid environmentalist, and I think that increasing education on the pressures that the marine biology is under is always a good thing in our current situation with climate change drastically impacting the beautiful reef we have along the front of Pompano Beach. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker. Any further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. I got Vice Mayor.
Thank you,
Followed by
Mayor.
Commissioner Fessick.
So I supported this the last time, and I continue to support this. I was a little surprised that there was any opposition the last time because I found this quite exciting. I'm not sure how many people have seen a jellyfish exhibit, but when I go to the Chattanooga Seaquarium, there's an absolutely beautiful jellyfish exhibit. It's one of my kids' favorite things to do. It is absolutely beautiful. It's relaxing. It's educational, and you can be like sucked into it and consumed for hours watching these, especially with the lighting and the different features that you can do in a museum. So as a mom of young kids, to me it is very exciting to bring something like this to the beach. It's air conditioned inside, not a bar, something that you can bring your kids to get out of the sun for a little bit. And I think it's also will be a bit of a regional attraction for us. And then with respect to the actual amendment itself, like Max pointed out, and I appreciate you doing that, you could put this anywhere in B3, which is most of the map when we look at it. There's very few parcels that this applies to, and this is the only parcel that's not an active business right now. So, I mean, it's not like the Briney's going anywhere and going to become something. Like, this is really for the, I mean, while it does impact everything B2 in the overlay district, it really only impacts this property right now. That could change over time, but that it's a specific change to our code in some that would enable something like this, and I am very strongly in support of this and very excited. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you, Max. I know, just want to make sure I have on the record that I did have a meeting with Mr. Wasserstein. I'm going to kill your name. Sorry. So I did have a conversation at a Zoom meeting because I had questions about the property, and obviously we met and we had the conversations. I have a couple quick questions, and this might be a possibility. I want to say that I 100% support the Jellyfish Museum. I think it's a great idea. I think we need to have something there. The corner has been sitting there empty far too long. There's a definite need for things to do outside of, as Vice Mayor said, bars and restaurants. I think it's a great opportunity overall. I also, if you remember from the last time I was here, my concern is in some of the AOD language. And so with that, I just had a quick question about the item. So it was on here, so under C, special exception, so it would be 8, just underneath, adding that additional portion with the indoor commercial or membership, recreation, entertainment use. Does that have anything to do with the Jellyfish Museum?
No.
Okay.
It does not.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the resolution to remove that line. Simply because, well, simply because that's my hang up there, I think.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to remove a particular.
So, right, so, Mayor Harden, in the proposed text amendment, there's 2 changes. And it's the change on number 7, which is a museum shall be a permitted use in underlying commercial-based district. And then there's a second line that says the other indoor commercial or membership recreation use shall be a permitted use in any underlying base district. Given that this is very project-specific, I would be very in favor of supporting it as a museum. I just don't understand why we've added the second layer to this, because it doesn't really apply to this as it's being brought forward.
So I'm just trying to make sure that Kervin has it. So, and Mr. Berman follows what it is you're trying to do, just so they can memorialize it.
The official way.
Yeah, if it passes.
Right.
So, Mr. Berman, you looking at it?
I'm looking at it, I'm waiting to hear.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Describe again what it is you want changed.
Just item C8, yeah, so C8, essentially, just strike that. So basically, we would, so just to amend it, so that basically it would allow this museum be used. But 8 is not part of this conversation.
So C8.
So C8.
C18.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You want to remove the portion that says the other indoor commercial or membership, recreation, entertainment use shall be a permitted use in any underlying commercial-based district.
Yes, sir.
Would that affect this particular?
No, the matter at hand, no. I was just looking at the code and seeing an opportunity. So I added that one as well for the same rationale.
So we're good, Mr. Berman?
I'm good. I know what to strike should the commission determine that they wish to do so.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor to remove that. It's been
Thank you.
seconded. Very good. Discussion on the motion. I've got Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yeah, Max, could you please give me an example or a couple of examples of what other indoor commercial or membership recreational entertainment uses are?
Sure. Yeah, so our code is zoning codes are, am I not in the microphone?
Better.
The uses that are captured in our zoning code are not all-encompassing. So this other indoor commercial entertainment recreation use is a bit of a catch-all. The description says things such as, and even those are a little bit, fitness centers, health and fitness centers, spas, gymnastics facilities, and dance halls. We have a separate category for nightclubs, so that's not what's meant by dance hall. It's really more like a rental space. But it could also include things like, I'm imagining like those axe throwing places. That's also a bar, but the activity is very commercial entertainment, recreation. You could have indoor putt-putt facility or something like this. These types of uses that are not, so common that they would be defined by our code.
Okay, and so this provision, exactly, you can't write a code to encompass everything. So this provision then is also in a B3.
It is the
This
same.
language is also in a B3.
Yes. You can see it in the 2 rows above where it says permitted in B3 and B4. Those are the commercial districts within the AOD.
So you're proposing that those sort of nebulous uses would also be permitted in a B2.
Within the B2 of
Within the B2. The same as the surrounding B3s. Okay. Thank you.
Let me go to Mr. Berman first.
So this
and then
would
come back.
authorize a dance hall, for example, in those areas?
Correct.
I just want to remind the commission the years of litigation I had with regard to removing a dance hall and the problem that's been in the past with regard, when in consideration of the motion that was made. But thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Vice Mayor?
I think my question was addressed, that this is just, again, this is just in B2, that it's already allowed in B3.
Correct.
So it's only in B2 in the AOD, so it's only these 4 parcels here, 3 of which have buildings on them. Although one of them, I guess you could put a dance hall in because there's several tenants there, but it's very narrow. Mr. Berman, what is the issue with the dance hall? I'm not familiar with that.
Problematic in the past. I had litigated.
It's history.
How do we, okay.
It's a problematic, could be a problematic. It's one that we've had a bad history with.
Okay, because
previously.
I was thinking more like indoor putt-putt, like what Max mentioned, which I think, again, is allowed everywhere else in the adjacent properties that are B3. Okay, thank you.
Very good. If somebody comes forward and wants to put indoor putt-putt, we can take another look at it in the future. Commissioner Smith?
I agree that if this is going to align the B2 in that district to be the same as the B3, that we need to keep it all there so we don't revisit it. It's just the 3 properties and it aligns the B2s with the B3s. Why not go ahead and keep it in?
Okay. Commissioner Fessig?
Sure. So Max, could you, I've been studying the AOD for years, unfortunately. And so,
Fortunately.
Fortunately. I don't know, it's a lot of time. But the reason why I say this is because I was part of the community. I'm sorry, I can't concentrate, sorry. I was part of the community and being a steward of growth, while I think a great indoor putt-putt thing would be amazing, don't get me wrong. One of the things that I was tasked with was maintaining some sort of control over how things are growing and how things are changing. So having a stopgap where we have the ability, when we created the zoning districts B2, B3, before B1, all of these things were set into place long ago, and of course we make modifications and we change them. There are only 4 remaining properties as a B2. I'm curious how many were changed. Do you know how many? Because I sat through a zoning change from B2 to B3. How many of those have changed? Let's just say possibly in the past 10 years, maybe.
Well, I would say that more of the property has changed to planned developments than to a B3 district. I can't give you a specific number of properties. Obviously, this is a district that was intended to stimulate this type of activity. So rezoning them was a solution to get towards those permitted uses. But since we have the overlay district now, it's much easier to modify the permitted uses than it is to go through the rezoning for a specific property if it's something that you think is appropriate for a district.
Okay. So my concern is how much, I'm curious, in this particular district, how much of B2 we have already changed over to planned development, things like that. So when this was created, it was meant to be, the way that B2 and B3 was explained, was that it was like B2 was like your banks and your smaller items, things like that. So my concern is if we start taking away and adding everything that's just the same, like B2, 3, 4, and it's all the same, then at what point in time do we have the ability to?
Yep. So my approach to that would be that it's the Atlantic Overlay District. So regardless of the commercial districts, are there any uses that are noxious or offensive, something that you specifically would not want in this district? And then regardless of the underlying zoning district, just look at what is permitted within the AOD, and then we kind of function in that way because it is such a unique area of our zoning code. That being said, it's not like this was an impossible effort to bring this amendment forward to you, so we could revisit it in the future. I just wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That's it.
All right, and so, thank you for that, I appreciate it. The other part I did notice is in the backup.
Is this on the amendment?
Oh, go ahead. So, yeah, so this, well, yeah, I mean, well, I would like to I think it's just keep it simple. I know that the folks for the Jellyfish Museum are on a timeline, they want to be able to move forward. We talked about doing this as a special exception or a variance, and that would be, within 2 weeks or whatever, but if this is the way, for me, if we want to keep it simple, let's just keep it simple, and we can revisit the place next.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go ahead and open it up to the public for the motion, removing the additional option. Any input from the public on the motion? Seeing none, public input. Please, sir, go ahead, come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Don Smith, 170 Southeast 13th Street, 33060. I think you should leave it the way he's got it in there. Once they get the Jellyfish Museum in there, other people might want to invest in those buildings that aren't being used for anything else. And you're delaying progress in an area that the city's trying to raise up. That's harmless. Leave it in, let it pass. Don't take up more time. We have other things we want to do here, and we've occupied more than a half an hour on something that's just simple. Leave it in, please.
Very good. Further input from the public. Please come forward. And this is on the motion to just remove that little...
Ms. McDonald, 1401 North Riverside Drive, Pompano Beach. For about 25 or 30 years, I built museum exhibits, designed and built them all over the world. But I just want to offer something. We also built interpretive centers, educational centers, entertainment venues. It would be my thought that the definition of a museum is not necessarily what we see at the Smithsonian or what we see at the Florida State History Museum. I think you should keep that amendment the way it is. I really do, because it could be educational entertainment venue, could be very, very similar to a museum. Just want to mention that as a professional. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Further discussion, I've got Vice Mayor on the motion.
Yeah, I just want to point out something else. We had a couple people come here at Audience to be Heard and talk about vacancies, right? And some of these long-term vacancies and how to attract businesses. And I do think that this extra item could potentially, I mean, again, there's not a lot of properties this applies to, but it could potentially attract, an axe throwing business or something fun to do besides a bar that's family-friendly, indoor air conditioned. So I think it's pretty consistent with the museums. And so I'm actually in support of keeping it in there.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick?
So I had my hand up. I was going to say I'll withdraw the motion based on audience, and I'll withdraw the motion to change it.
Okay. Well, if you're withdrawing the motion, I guess that ends that discussion. So, all right. Very good. Then we're back on the original item. Let's open it up for the public. Okay. Is there any input from the public on the original item? Oh, that was on the motion. Oh, okay. Okay. Very good. Further commission discussion?
Just one more thing.
Commissioner Fessick.
I just want to add one thing that I did look at the backup, and my concern was, is this a project, I had a question, is this project a joint effort by any, is it a joint effort? Because I was looking at the Broward Education Foundation email, and it said, let's see, we commend Shipwreck Park and the Jellyfish Museum team for their thoughtful and innovative approach. Is this a team effort?
They've got a group of folks. I mean, it's...
She's just asking.
No. It's their own funds. We are investing in this project, and so...
I was just wanting to make sure that there was no, I just wanted to find out if it was together just based on what the support letter had said, so that's all, thank you. And then we mentioned the landlord several times. And additionally, I just wanted to point out that, the letters of support here with the CRA and everything else, there's some familiar names in there. So, all right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Thank you. Just briefly, I wanted to say that I 100% support the Jellyfish Museum. It is unique, and it's a family-oriented entertainment, and we need more of that here in Pompano. So I do support, the expanded definition to include other creative ways to utilize the properties, the same as you would in the B3, which is primarily the surrounding areas. So, yeah, I'm going to totally support this and just the way it is. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes, thank you. Item 12 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute change order number 2 pursuant to the construction manager at risk contract in the amount of $597,139.42 between the City of Pompano Beach and Burkhardt Construction, Inc. for installation of pedestrian lighting crosswalks as part of the State Road A1A Streetscape Improvements Project, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Tony.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. The item before you today, staff is seeking approval for a change order to Burkhardt contract in order to install 5 new locations with solar pedestrian lighting crosswalks. This is the final safety feature we are adding to the project, which is virtually completed, and we recommend your approval.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Commissioner Fezzik.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just want to commend you for your hard work that you put into this, because I know I've gotten many emails, and I know I've copied you on many emails, that people were looking forward to seeing the lit crosswalks for safety reasons. It is already very dark over there with FPL doing their work, and to have that extra added level of safety, it's just so important. So I want to thank you for all the hard work to bring this back and make sure that it is part of this project. Thank you.
You're welcome, Commissioner.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I support this also, obviously, but I did want to point out these things are really expensive. So for 5 solar crosswalks, we're at 600,000. So I don't know. I got some answers on why. There's not a lot of suppliers of these, right? So when you have limited competition, the prices can be higher. Plus, I think with the turtle lighting and some other requirements, it drives up the cost of these. Is that correct?
You're correct, Vice Mayor. In fact, that wasn't the sole factor, but the economics were one reason why we limited it to 5 locations on that stretch.
Yeah. I mean, I was hoping that some of the big new developers down there would help pitch in and pay for some of this, because will benefit them also. And we always talk about how they can share some of the burden over time of the infrastructure needs of our city. So something to think about, but thank you.
Very good. Further Commissioner Fezzik.
So again, like I said, I'm thrilled with this. I did look in the thing, and the price tag was shocking to me as well at first, but I do understand that these are also solar powered in some way.
Yes.
So,
Yes, Commissioner, they are solar powered. In fact, we are hoping that there will be some installed in the second stretch from Atlantic to the bridge, that they are not going to be much more expensive with time. We've already seen in negotiation with the project that price is already rising. I'm not sure whether, the economic changes that we are facing with perhaps tariff and some of the things may be manufactured overseas or parts of them. It is a fact that we've seen increases in pricing.
is there any way, and this might be purchasing more than you, but is there any way we can try to, if we're going to be this twice or whatever, is there any way we can get bulk deal on buying, I guess, 5 more, so we're buying 10? Do we get any deals of that, for that?
I'd have to look into that. Perhaps we could bring an item sooner just for these alone. We know that there will be 10 of them to be installed in the next phase, and the current rate will no longer apply. I'm not really sure what it's going to be. We can certainly quickly talk to the manufacturer or the vendor and work with the manager's office to bring an item back.
And the final thing is just with them being solar powered, do you know the life expectancy of these crosswalks, or like how long should we, how much of an investment is our 600,000?
I've spoken personally to the manufacturer. I was told 10 years or more. There are systems that are already in place in similar environment, 4 years, where they have not had any issues. It's still, it's still new technology. I would venture to say that 10 years look credible. We're not 100% sure. There's not a lot of pieces that would go bad. There's the actual light that is encased in the pavement itself, and there's the control system with the panel.
Okay. And one last thing, what's our timeline on this from vote to in the ground? I won't hold you to it.
It's about an 8 weeks procurement from them. The moment we get it, if we're able to get it sooner, they'll be installed. So I would say probably 10 weeks out.
Wow, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Very good. I've got Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes, so these are actually in the pavement.
Yes.
Flat, so you can't really hardwire them because of street flooding, rain, can you?
No, they are hardwired. They are installed. There's conduit, almost similar that you would have for your loops, your signal loop. They are hardwired. They are controlled, and any pedestrian that needs to cross will simply activate.
So,
they will be flashing.
So is there an option to do them, when I say hardwired, with 220 or 120 rather than solar? That's my question. Or is there a reason that need to be solar? And what is the cost differential between solar and regular electric?
We didn't look into because the product actually doesn't offer that option. Most of what's been installed is typically solar. It avoids maintenance issue if you have a problem with the grid. So they are more reliable that way.
I see. Well, definitely, what a wonderful thing to have a lit up crosswalk for people. We have so many walkers, so many people there. So it's a wonder. Pedestrian safety is, premier. Just wondered if there was a less expensive way to accomplish this. That's all.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Fessick.
As an aside, I want to mention that I also agree with Vice Mayor. I think that these things moving forward, perhaps for the next ones with all the extra higher costs, maybe we should have Mr. Berman look into, say we have a sponsor a crosswalk sign or something that we can help offset some of these fees. So that would just be a suggestion for that to, as a way to potentially make some of our money back looking forward. If this is for 5 of them and this is a good price, I'm scared what the next 10 might cost us. So, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 13 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission, the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a piggyback agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Odyssey Manufacturing Company to purchase as needed chemical supplies, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Ms. Watson.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. Nathaniel Watson, Utilities Field Superintendent. The item that I'm bringing before you is a piggyback contract with Odyssey Manufacturing Incorporated. The solution that we're looking at procuring is sodium hypochlorite, or in short, bleach. It's a major component of what we use with regard to processing drinking water, and also we use it for the processing of reused water as well, too. The piggyback will help us to mitigate increasing costs due to market conditions with regard to the procurement of sodium hypochlorite, and we do recommend your approval of this item.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns? Commissioner Fasick.
Sorry, I'll keep this one brief. I did look in the backup, and the previous agreement, the city that we're piggybacking off of, it had one of the lowest rates for bleach, essentially. Or is that, and I know that there's been a slight increase, but is that pretty much the same? Are we still working with the best pricing?
Unfortunately, there are only two manufacturers of this particular solution. That's Allied, and then there's Odyssey. And as you've seen in the backup, there are quite a few other utilities that are using this co-op to try to mitigate costs. So yes, you're correct. This does help us to take care of that. If we were to go out into open market and try to form our own contract, we are under the opinion that it would be far beyond what we can get in this co-op.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Vice Mayor.
So just to clarify, there's a 16% increase here, and if you went out to bid, you would expect it to be more than that. And the fiscal impact here, it just says not to exceed the amount appropriated in the chemical account lines. How much do we spend on chemicals?
What we have budgeted for this fiscal year is approximately $1.2 million.
Okay.
And the reason why we phrased it that way, Vice Mayor, is because our consumption of this is due to actual demand on the system. We treat water in millions of gallons, so that demand fluctuates day in and day out.
Are there other chemicals in that line item also?
No, this is just for sodium hypochlorite.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Now, commissioners, I'm doing a poll here. Would you like to take a 5-minute break? Let's take a 5-minute break. Recess. call this Pompano Beach City Commission meeting back to order, May 13th, 2025. Thank you for that. Item 14 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a piggyback agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and ETR LLC to purchase fire and rescue vehicles, boats, and equipment for the purchase of a 2025 Freightliner M2 four-door rescue truck in the amount of $530,874 as identified and approved in the FY 2025 budget, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Chief.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioner, Vice Mayor, Mr. City Attorney. What we have before you today is the rescue truck that was in the capital replacement plan. It's $530,000, which we budgeted $725,000 for, and we're obviously bringing it back before you well before it's built, well before it's actually on the assembly line. So we're moving forward and getting these things taken care of correctly.
Very good. $200,000 savings. That's pretty good. Yeah, take your bow. Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Vice Mayor.
Real quick, thank you for bringing this back to us. And where is this rescue going, and what happens to the one that's it's replacing?
So we have 13 in the fleet, one of which was totaled in that accident that was on MLK and 30th Avenue. So that more than likely will replace that vehicle, which was going to Station 52. So a brand new truck will go to the brand new station once it opens. But hopefully we'll be able to replace that other vehicle, and then that other new truck, once it's replaced, it's being litigated right now by legal. So hopefully we'll get the money from their insurance company, move forward. That truck will go to Station 61.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 16 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a license agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Blue Water Movements, Inc. to utilize the Emily Wilson Center, Charlotte Berry Center, and Allsdorf Park to conduct its annual Pompano Beach Saltwater Circuit, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Boudreau.
Good afternoon, sir. Mark Boudreau, Recreation Director. There are no changes from the first reading.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions, concerns? Nope. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 17 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances to reduce certain restrictions to development within rear yard corner triangles by amending Section 155.4303 standards for specific accessory uses and structures, to modify the standards for a gazebo by amending Section 155.5203 landscaping to apply general landscaping requirements to plants maintained within a rear yard corner triangle, by amending Section 155.5302 fences and walls to eliminate requirements for standards related to rear yard corner triangles and adjacent to waterways, and modifying requirements pertaining to seawalls, by amending Section 155.9301 rear property line as related to measurements to remove reference to rear yard corner triangles as a measurement for rear property line when abutting the historic dune vegetation line, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Weems.
Good afternoon again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Max Weems, Principal Planner and Development Services. This item is the text amendment, as just described, for the Tiki Chiki rear yard corner triangle. I think we're all very familiar with this item at this point. It is the second reading. At the second reading, it was requested to be postponed for specific purposes. Other than that, there have been no changes since the first reading, but I do assume there's lots of discussion. So at this point, I'll either entertain request for the presentation or be available for questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Don Smith, 170 Southeast 13th Street, 33060. This is a big thing to us, and we've been looking around, taking our boat and going up and down the canals and then going to Google Earth. Kids, there's going to be about more than 2,000 people affected by this in this city if you make us all take it down. If you take one down, you're going to take them all down because it's discrimination. You can't do to one what you don't do to the others in this situation. If it's if the fence is the problem, then I think you ought to separate out the fence issue and let people do what they need to do in their backyard as far as their own space. Fences seem to be the issue. That's my input on it.
Very good. Thank you for that. Further input from the public?
Elena Smith, 170 Southeast 13th Street, Pompano Beach. I just wanted to add that not all waterfront properties are the same size, so there's a difference if you have a 50-foot waterfront property or you have a 350-foot waterfront property, which doesn't really affect if you put side triangle there and a tiki-chiki in the corner, or if it's on the 50-foot property, where then you basically have nowhere to put your tiki-chiki if you go by all the codes. Another thing with the sides is the new code is that you have to have a 5-foot seawall now that everybody is replacing the seawalls. So by default, you are 2 feet higher on the other side for the lower person on that side. And if you have the pool and you have to have a 4-foot fence, that's 6 feet higher but automatically, and you can go all the way to the seawall. So the code is just doesn't make any sense. So and another thing is there's so many Airbnbs that are taking over the waterfront properties, and for them it's a party time. So they party there till 10, 11 o'clock at night every day while you have to work and you have everywhere parties going on. So it's to residents is not really fair. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Further public input, please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. Ivan Eustix, 361 Southeast 3rd Court, Pompano. I spoke last time, but just reiterating what the individual said prior. As you go in the backyard of my house, anywhere plus houses, you'll see, pretty much everybody's out of compliant, but there's not many complaints on that. So over 2,200 out of 3,200 waterfront home properties are currently out of compliant right now. If you speak to the county commissioners that represent the individuals in those areas, I think they're for it, in favor of it, and there's been a lot of talk amongst homeowners. Enhance the property, not only enhances the setbacks, utilization of property for landscaping, other natures, and parties, and having a good time. It also gives your neighbor privacy. They want privacy. So if you look at the properties not on the water, they're not affected by this. So, and also, like I mentioned before, like you guys always talk about unfunded liabilities and working on, helping your own pensions, it's going to help increase tax dollars, so you can tax that revenue. I would hope that you guys vote and listen to the county commissioners that represent the individuals that live on the water when you vote on this, because like the individual said prior, if you remove one, you're going to have to remove them all. So let's use level heads and get it done and passed. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Further input from the public? Please come forward. Don't be shy.
Frank Pelly, Northeast 28th Avenue in Pompano Beach. I didn't pass the technology clearance, so.
Okay.
Thank you. What this goes over, I'm going to start with, it's just pretty much a repeat of what I discussed before, is what are property owners' rights? And they fall under riparian rights, which you can find in the state statutes under 253, 141. It recognizes the rights of properties owners who land borders navigable waterways. What are those boundaries? The boundaries generally extend outward from the side property line. I talked about most of our properties are on, excuse me, on canals, so you extend the property lines, and those are your riparian lines. Within those riparian lines, you have your rights. Now, there are some properties that are curved, but it must be an equitable distribution between the neighbors. So if you have a curvature, the property lines may go out skewed, and we only have a few areas, maybe up at the inlet, Lake Santa Barbara, and there's a few other wide areas as we go west, but by and large, we're canals, north, south, east, or west, running in those directions. And so just extend the property lines, and those are your riparian lines. What does this grant you? Reasonable access for docks, boating, and recreation, fair use of riparian areas or boundaries provided does not interfere with the public. You can't, if you have something that's curved and your dock is on a curved property line, if it's close to the neighbors, you can't put a boathouse. The state will not allow a boathouse out there because it would be blocking their view as well. Basically, an unobstructed view of adjoining waters within the riparian boundaries to the navigational channels. Again, within the riparian boundaries, which I discussed earlier. So unfortunately or fortunately, this doesn't include the right of a view across the neighbor's property. There's case law to this, McHale versus Norton, where McHale put up a fence, blocking Norton's view. Norton took him to court, and what I put down in here is what the judge said in his ruling. The fence served a useful purpose by protecting the McHale's privacy and keeping trespassers from entering their property. Even assuming if the Nortons had a legal right to view the water by looking over the McHale's yard, we conclude the fence served a useful purpose by protecting McHale's privacy and keeping trespassers from entering the property. I went through statistics before, 3,200 residential properties on the water, about 69% of that are non-compliant, and again, only 5 violations reported in 2024. I'm going to jump ahead because I have 25 seconds. Commissioner Sigleson-Eaton did not like, and I agree with her, what's in the code as far as description, so I put a description there more to scale of what the triangle looks like. I also put in some views of a property in the last couple of pages, and as you can see, there's not much of a view. This is all within code. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Thank you, appreciate that. Commission discussion. I've got Commissioner Segerson-Eden, followed by Commissioner Fessick,
Had it up to.
and then Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so there's no, just to preface this, I did live on a waterway property, and according to Robin Bird, I didn't have a right to my view according to our codes. That happened to be a view over to the horizon. I will say that that these, first of all, the site triangles, they're actually, I think it's a little bit disingenuous intellectually to say they're rear yard triangles, because that seems to diminish or minimize the value of what they are. They are site visibility triangles. That's what they're called in the code. They're specifically for the view down the canal. And I think to try and argue otherwise is futile, because they have been put in place by this body years ago by operation of law. Call them an easement, site visibility, that's what they are. And they were designed so that each person who lived on a waterway could have the same view down the canal as the person who was on the point. primarily. Now, the biggest issue I have with this is the fence and the wall height. And as we move forward, we know we're going to be talking about people who bring grade in, et cetera, and don't terrace it down. But to say that you can put a solid fence is just egregious. There should be a see-through factor in any fence on the water, on waterway properties, in the site visibility triangle. So that's really number one. That's the most egregious part of eliminating completely the site visibility triangle. Now, do I believe there can be debate and compromise? I do. Could we talk about site visibility triangles and perhaps reduce them? 10 feet, 15 feet, 8 feet, possibly, as a solution. Do I think tiki huts are nice? I don't know that. I think that the poles are really no different than a coconut palm with a palm frond head. If we have a discussion on reducing site visibility triangles, is it possible that 2 poles could be within a smaller site visibility triangle? And I think it's worth having the discussion to see where we would want those to be. Do we want tiki huts that are extended out into the waterway? We talked about Airbnbs. And of course, everybody, if you look at a canal, everybody puts them on the same side. Everybody puts them on their far side of the property so they can look down the canal. The neighbors, especially with the vacation rentals, we're looking at people putting tiki huts, cheeky huts, outdoor bars. Let's just get to the point. I love the idea of having the shade. And all of a sudden, you're looking at somebody else's party night, or you're looking at somebody else's vacation for the week that is imposed on the neighboring properties. So I think there can be a discussion on reducing the size of the site visibility triangle, allowing 1 or 2 poles, perhaps, maybe more, within the site visibility triangle, or it's smaller. I also have been on properties, and I'll just say it as well, there's a lot bundled into this ordinance. And of course, the only way to really figure it out, the easiest way to figure it out, is just to eliminate site visibility triangles. Then you have no problem with anything. But for those people who depend on, who have those clear views, they depend on our laws. Those people who have gone and said, oh, I would like to have an outdoor kitchen, and they went to pull a permit, and oh, you cannot have that because it's in the site visibility triangle. Oh, but my neighbor's got one. Well, sorry, you can't have one. That's illegal. So we have 5 complaints. So the people that did things legally, now we're looking at changing the laws to make what was illegal legal. I don't think that's the way government should be conducted. But I want to go on to say that I have been on properties where they're very narrow and long, and the setback is only like 20 feet. And the properties have 6-foot fences that already go out to the seawall. They were purchased that way. They had no idea that there was a site visibility triangle in effect, because for them it didn't exist. So I also think that we can look at allowing residents to do agreements between properties to eliminate a site visibility triangle. And I would like to say as well that I believe that this ordinance will not get us, I can't support it as written. Could I take a look at, let's get the public to have input on whether we can do these neighborly agreements to eliminate a site visibility triangle, where that's in fact an existing condition. Could we take a look at the size of site visibility triangles? Could we take a look at how much of a tiki hut could be in a site visibility triangle, or how much of that bar space needs to be set back because you don't really want it in a site visibility triangle because you don't want to be living your neighbor's party or the vacation of the Airbnb. Yeah, I think we can. And mostly, we can talk about fence heights. They really need to have a see-through factor so that that right that people have now is not taken away. I don't think we can get through it by amending this ordinance. I cannot support this ordinance as written. I would be very pleased to have this thing separated out into different portions and have those discussions with the public. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
I got some emails about this, and I got lots of conversation and I've engaged a lot of the public, and the public has definitely engaged all of the commission. In talking with everybody, I think what I've heard is almost unilaterally, everybody's pretty much okay with the first portion of it. With the site, they said, with the cheekies, it makes sense. They're already there. And like you mentioned, they may have been built legally and then modified. So it's something that maybe they just didn't know because it was already built, that that would be out of code. But a lot of people said that they didn't mind it because they liked the extra height, or they liked the ability, at least you could see through, or the air was flowing through the tiki. The second thing I heard was about the fences. And again, going back to property lines. But something that was just brought up made me think about the height. We are seeing right now, unrelated to this, particularly, with the grading in and then the 3-foot pool issue codes. And I'm wondering, since you work in seeing a lot of that, would it be your opinion that because of the seawall being raised, because of I'm just saying, will this create more of a problem for staff if we don't approve this, in your opinion?
Careful now.
It already creates a problem.
Careful now.
So I don't know if it's more or less. And obviously over time, if people are raising their seawalls, meeting the seawall height with the retaining wall, and then the way that our height is currently defined measures from the adjacent grade. And so if that adjacent grade is lower, it creates this conflict in terms of what you're permitted to do. Then of course, if it is a fall hazard, if that grade change is significant enough, then the life safety really kicks in more than the zoning code. So we have to do some kind of fall barrier. And the same is true for a pool. We have to provide a minimum 4-foot security screening for that pool. So our ordinance is a little bit out of sync with the raising of finished floor elevations and the requirements for pools and seawalls with sea level rise, all of this. All of these are things that were not anticipated when these ordinances were originally drafted. So yes, that is something we'll have to address. I don't know if not doing this now creates more challenges for staff. I think those challenges already exist.
And then the second part of that would be I've heard it mentioned at least online and a couple of times, even here today. If this, and Commissioner, if it's something where you feel very strongly about, is it something that you feel like these two issues could be separated? Commissioner Eaton, is that your saying anything? Sorry.
I think there are a lot of different issues within this one big bundle. And I think there's a lot of a lot of ability for compromise on this issue. But yeah, let's talk about fence heights. Let's talk about site visibility triangle sizes. Let's talk about setbacks, how many poles, etc. So yeah, I think as written, it's way too bundled up. And since you asked, I had over 60 emails against this as written, and a lot of emails went into personal experiences and properties, and only 5 in favor of it.
Very good.
Maybe the 5 that have been cited.
Very good.
I don't know.
You go ahead, Commissioner Fessig.
Thank you. So
You
I will
get your ideas out.
Yes, so I will continue, I will continue with this, is that, yes, we did receive 60 emails or something along those lines. A lot of them were, a form letter, many of which did not have any address listed. Many of them didn't even have a name listed, it was just your name, your address. So when I did go back and they provided information, when I did look at the ones who actually lived on waterfront properties, they were generally in favor of this. I did hear from people on both sides of the fence. Some people were worried about the 6-foot fence height restricting airflow again. But overall, I think what we all need to remember is just because we have it okay here, it doesn't mean that everybody is going to run out and build a 6-foot fence or put in 6-foot landscaping. So by and large, the support that I've heard for this overall is across the board. I was willing to separate the two if it came to something that, just an effort to make sure that Tiki and Cheeky Huts kind of move forward, and if we want to have longer discussions or more discussions related to the fence, I would just kind of throw that out there. I won't make the motion at the moment, but I just wanted to make sure that I said that I'm willing to do this. I like the idea that you say we can work in an agreement, we can work together. If we move the needle forward, that's kind of how I feel like. But far and away, support for this from people who live on the water has been unfounded. It's almost all the way there from everybody I've spoken with. So, thank you.
Very good. Got Commissioner Smith next.
Thank you. I'm the one that stopped it last meeting, and I did go out, and Frank Pelly is one of the houses that I visited, and he actually, when I arrived there, had yellow tape showing me what the 25-foot site triangle looked like, and it's huge. And as I visited, I was invited to visit other properties, and I did visit them, lots of different shapes of yards. But what I found is the obstruction of the views isn't anything to do with our site triangles. It's boats on lifts. Just about everywhere I went, even if we continued to not allow anything to be built in the site triangle, the boats on the lifts are legal, and there's no site down the canal when there's a boat on a lift. And the people don't put a boat on a lift behind their property, they put it in the corner of the property in front of the site, their site triangle. So if we move forward and did this and change the code, they're not going to have any difference in the site visibility with or without the code because of the boats, and they're legal. So in my personal opinion, after visiting the properties, and I too have talked to a lot of people and have received those emails, I think we're kind of fooling ourselves to think we're going to give them their site visibility back, because we're not, because the boat lifts are illegal. So I supported this ordinance at the first reading, and based upon my homework, I'm going to support this ordinance at the second reading. I'm not opposed to separating the fences out if that's what the commission wants to do, but based on my homework, this is where I stand.
Very good. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So in response to some of the comments made by Commissioner Segerson-Eaton, I do want to be really clear that for the impacted properties, which is waterfront homes, which are in District 1 and District 3, we have had so much community outreach on this, and this was formulated based on feedback from hundreds of people at multiple community meetings. So it's not like, Max was at them. We've been talking to people for well over a year to try to come up with a good solution here. Yes, someone agitated and sent out an email that said, hey, click here to send a form email to everybody in opposition to it. And honestly, I'm going to say this to the public. Please read and do your homework before you click on an email, because I had so many people from John Knox Village and other places click on this and send me an email saying that they were were completely opposed to this, and they don't live on the water, and they're really not impacted by it. So do your homework before you click on something that someone sends you. For the people who lived on the water, I responded to every one of them, and I did what I've been doing for well over a year. I've been visiting backyard after backyard after backyard. And for the most part, when I go to people's backyards, they think they're in compliance. If they think they didn't like it, I show up there and we talk about it, and they realize actually their yard is not in compliance either, because most people are not. And then we look down the canal and we can't find yards that are even in compliance. I understand the fence, and perhaps if we could, Max maybe has some ideas here, because we also don't want to go, look, this doesn't mean, this gives options. It gives someone the option for a 6-foot fence. It doesn't mean you have to put in a 6-foot fence, right? So, and it's not like everyone goes out every year and installs a fence. So that's something that people install every 10 or 15 years. So over time, it would give people the option for a higher fence. But the big sentiment is that people want to be able to use their backyards. People want to be able to, and with the site triangle and a pool, you really have no space to use your backyard. And like Commissioner Smith said, the view is not by right, because you can put a 40-foot boat on a lift and you can't see anything down the canal. So people also have a right to some kind of privacy. And with Airbnbs, I know I live next to one. I don't want to have to look in that backyard. I don't want my kids looking in that backyard and the parties and what's going on over there. So I should have a right to be able to put up some kind of fence so that my kids don't have to see that also. So that's how this was formulated, based on so much community feedback and a lot of thought, really. I mean, if we need to do this in steps, then so be it. So, I mean, one way to do this, because I know there's also, our code is kind of contradictory with the 3-foot fence and the 4-foot fence if you have a pool, like with zoning. So perhaps we move forward with this, but make the modification that from 25 feet back, you can have, it's a 4-foot fence for now instead of a 6-foot. And move forward with this otherwise. But it's, I mean, that would give us like, all of the cheeky, which is extremely popular, and then allow us to move incrementally in the direction of the fencing without going all the way to 6 feet for now. If that's more palatable, then I think that's fine. But I do think the way we ended up at 6 feet, or just getting rid of it, was if someone puts up a tiki hut, then I have a right to my privacy, and also there is no, the view is not guaranteed anyway, given what's going on with boat lifts and other things. And my biggest struggle here is, and for those of you who oppose this, if we have laws on the books we're not enforcing, I don't like that. Why do we have rules that we're not enforcing? So if you don't like this, then maybe you need to hire a couple new code compliance officers to go out there and cite the 2,200 homes that are out of compliance, because this cherry picking or having a neighbor call and then you're in trouble is not fair. And the idea that we have all of this, these laws that we don't enforce, I do not approve of. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Thank you. I'm encouraged by the thoughtfulness of having a fence. Now, I wouldn't say everybody has a boat lift. Some people have bigger boats than others. And so I don't think that's a factor that fairly can be added in. And I think it's actually ridiculous of Mr. Pelly, wherever he is, to think that they're going to go around and we're going to cite waterway properties. Now, if you would like to make the list and submit it to code, that'd be fine, Mr. Pelly. I will also say that if we're talking about solid fences, and if we're talking about see-through fences, or fences with a degree of see-through ability, like the picket fence over at the golf course, I want to say is like 94% see-through factor, something along those lines. That's great. But as, again, I pointed out, what about the people that have purchased residence where a 6-foot solid fence has already been installed on their property? Is there the ability for them to come up with an agreement that eliminates the site visibility triangle? Because you can't do both. You cannot have a see-through factor and you cannot have a solid fence and them to be in compliance. So, where does that leave us? Can we amend it to say that residents who have purchased properties have an existing condition and their neighbors actually have the same existing condition? Can we amend it to say, well, they can sign an agreement that eliminates the site visibility triangle? So I'd make.
Was that a question?
I would say, can we make the motion to amend the ordinance to allow for an agreement between neighbors to eliminate site visibility triangle if there is an existing condition and both neighbors would agree? So that's a thought. If you listen to what I said initially, that's an issue, as there's so many different machinations of waterway properties. And again, I've talked to people who live 3 off the point and sit at their one side of their patio and look down and can see through a picket fence and enjoy their view. So, I don't know. That's again my thoughts. Yep. For now, that's it.
Okay. I've got just a couple of things first. Mr. Berman, Mr. Pelley did bring up a court case that he cited where apparently a fence was ruled that was allowable, and does that, so our ordinance, our current ordinance, is it legal? It almost sounded like Mr. Pelley was saying our current ordinance is not legal.
I'm not familiar with the case. There's no site here. I'll look it up and find it. I'm not familiar with it at this point. Our ordinance is legal. This case was not looking at our ordinance. It was looking at a specific condition. I would doubt very much that this case affects our ordinance. There are nuances to our ordinance that need to be looked at and could be looked at, but I don't believe this would invalidate our ordinance. Okay. But I'd have to look at the case to give you a more specific answer. I don't want to give you a quick answer, and I'm happy to do that the next time we get together.
Okay.
Or beforehand.
Very good. I mean, it's because it almost did sound like he was saying that it's our current stuff is not legal.
I like to sound right, but I don't want to be wrong.
Okay. Look that up if you would. And I'd just like to make a comment that we are enforcing our rules that we currently have, obviously, because there's people sitting here who have been cited. So the fact that not everybody who has a violation has been cited, that's not an indication that we're not enforcing our rules. We don't have code enforcement folks out there patrolling the waterways. I don't think, Mario, you don't have a boat yet, do you? No, he's shaking his head no, he doesn't have a boat. So it's a difficult enforcement process for code enforcement. They don't have a boat to go out there and look in these backyards. That's the reason why we don't have more issues, and also because neighbors just get along and very few neighbors call on each other. I agree with, yes, Commissioner Perkins? Go ahead. Okay. Okay, I mean, you were waving like.
Yeah, but when you're making faces now, you know what it feels like.
No, you were waving. I thought you wanted to say something.
No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I kind of agree with what Commissioner Segerson-Eaton was talking about, and that's something I brought up previously also, is the simple solution to this is let neighbors work it out. If two neighbors want to have a 6-foot fence between the houses, if two neighbors want to have a tiki hut, both of them in their backyard, then get an agreement between those two neighbors. I don't care per se, but there are people in the city who do care, and that's been evidenced by, and you can say that well, if they don't live on the water, it doesn't impact them, but they may live on the water someday. So it does make a difference to everybody. But if we had a mechanism where, kind of like our shared docking agreements, where, if two neighbors want to get together and say, let's work this out, and that way I can have my tiki hut, and we can have our fence, and you can have your tiki hut. I got no problem with that. I think that's a great solution. But obviously, there is a lot of angst about those 6-foot high solid fences, which they may not exist now, or they may exist now, but people have a concern about that. So some way that we could modify this to, because we talked about this, Max, when we had our meeting. Is there a way to do it similar to a shared docking agreement where two neighbors can get together to allow their fence and tiki hut?
We would have to specify in our code that that's the process for that. It's not, the most similar thing that we have would be the docking agreements. There's an agreement form that they both sign with the city, and then it comes before the commission for approval. We would have to create something similar, specify that process in our code, and then initiate that process.
Right, but it's not rocket science. We've got it now, so it's fairly simple. I would not. Just this is me talking. I would not be in favor of it just because there's an existing, somebody bought a house with a fence. I mean, if they bought a house with a fence, that it's still in violation. They would still need to work it out with their neighbor if they want to keep the fence, and come to the city and do the shared tiki hut agreement. That's just my ideas. I'll make a motion to that, but first I want to continue with discussion. I think I've got Commissioner Fessick, then I've got Commissioner Perkins.
Okay, so I want to address the agreement between neighbors. How much time does that take for staff when neighbors have to come in, and then what's the timeline on that?
Well, to be honest, I can't really speak to how it would work for this particular application. I think Mr. Berman has a comment.
Thanks for the volunteer. I can't actually speak to that because we prepare, along with the city engineer, the docking agreements. And we worked out over a period of time various form agreements. They're fairly simple for various situations. It would take some work, but we would be able to start processing this with regularity if that's what the commission wants us to do. There's additional work, obviously. Currently, we bring these before you because the city is a signatory on that agreement. And if you'd want us to do that again, or if you want to not hear each one of these, then you'd have to let us and give us the authorization, and we can come up with a different process, because I would have a feeling there might be a lot more of those than there are currently of these docking agreements. But they go on consent agenda. They're never pulled, and I don't think they take up much commission time, just some space on the agenda. Okay. That's the only answer I can give you at this point.
I appreciate that. I have no problem with fence, and I have no problem with the site triangles. I think if you're going to buy a property on the water, and if you have a boat lift, if you don't have a boat lift, if you have a dock, if you don't have a dock, if you have a dock box on the dock. I mean, there's so many different iterations of things that will block somebody's view. I can't, in good conscience, say that I wouldn't want my right to privacy or exclusion. I wouldn't want, if somebody's drunk on Airbnb, which, I live in between a property that's rented out as an Airbnb, a short-term rental, and next to a timeshare. And we put up a 6-foot fence on the side because we tried with landscaping first at one point, and during the winter when it's sparse, I had a couple drunk people come through the side of my yard and into the backyard. That's a surprise. Then I have the dogs on the other side when they rent with Airbnb. Inevitably, a dog comes through the yard, and then lo and behold, there's the people chasing the dog through my backyard. So I understand that some people might be upset by a 6-foot fence. However, at the same time, there are so many more that have reached out to me that would support having the privacy in their backyard to be able to create that haven of their backyard. And if you're spending extra money and paying extra in taxes to live on the water, I don't see why we would be restricting what somebody can do in their backyard simply because they're waterfront property, or simply because somebody else gets to look down across their property for a view. So, I mean, look, I said it in the last meeting, and I'll say it again. I don't have the right to tell people that I don't even have the basic property privacy rights, because 2 doors down from me, they're going to build a 10-story building. So people are going to get a great view into my backyard. And, so anywhere that people can have some privacy and be afforded the privacy in their own homes and in their own backyard, I'm going to support that. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, we talked about this before. In my district, we don't have a tiki nor a kiki. And we don't have boats, and we don't have a lift, and we don't have a triangle. We do have a view, but I wish that could be covered. But yes, I have received a lot of emails on this particular item. So I'm just trying to listen basically what the commissioner is saying in her district, that for or against, and that's what I'm kind of listening for. So, but I did hear you say you want to divide it up or separate it.
No, I just said if I was willing to, in an effort to move this forward somewhat, be able to do that if that was what the consensus was. But I will share that what I've heard from residents, I have heard predominantly 95 to 98% of people are for this as it exists. There are the 3 to 5% that just don't want the fence. That's it.
Okay, got it. That's what I needed. Thank you.
Very good. Vice Mayor.
A couple things. So I actually don't really think we're enforcing this, Mayor. It's complaint-based right now. So that's not really what enforcement is. So enforcement is code compliance in driving around and citing people if they see issues. It's not all complaint-based. So this is effectively that. And with respect to the agreements, this was one of the things that was discussed at length at some of the meetings we had. And it doesn't really solve that, because if the issue you have is with your neighbor, they might not agree to it, right? They might want the exact opposite than just to be problematic. And with respect to what Commissioner Segerson-Eaton said, if you bought a house with a 6-foot fence, you obviously liked that. You picked to buy that house. You may not have known that it was out of compliance at the time, but you may have looked at 6 waterfront homes and decided, I like that house and I like that privacy, and so you purchased it because you liked that. So this is doing exactly what you're describing. It's giving people the option. They could buy a house with a 3-foot fence, or they could tear out a 6-foot fence and put in a 3-foot fence if they like their neighbors. People do that. I mean, I have been in dozens and dozens and dozens of backyards, and the different things you see it's incredible. There are people who have gates between their houses, between their backyards, and the dogs go back and forth. And then there are people who have 6-foot fences because there's an unsightly backyard next to them that's not maintained and that is full of junk, and they don't want to look at that. So all this is doing is giving people the option. And like I said, it's not like we're going to blink tomorrow and it's going to be 6-foot fences everywhere. It's a large investment. It's a capital item. It is something that over time we will see more of. But we're going to have these issues anyway over time as we start raising properties, or raising the elevation of properties. We're going to have to think through this. So to me, this is allowing people privacy. It's eliminating a potential 2,200 code compliance cases if we actually enforced our laws, and it's giving people an option, and that's what this is doing.
Very good. Further, Commissioner Segerson.
Thanks. So you've been working, you said you were working with staff for like a year, Vice Mayor? Yeah, so you've been working and trying to figure out a way to solve some of your neighbors' problems because they didn't want to take their tiki huts out.
So I've been working with residents all over the neighborhoods, not just about tiki huts, but to discuss this at community meetings and get their feedback. So
this is kind of like been a big chore. I mean, you've been working on it for over a year.
We have been working on it, and there are through a lot of community feedback to try to come up with, a good solution, and we've gone back and forth on it. Look, we started in one place and we've kind of worked through. So if you do that, then this happens. So yes, we have been working on this.
Okay, so basically the solution for all of the issues and the problems and all the potential issues is just to eliminate the site visibility triangle. That's the simplest, easiest way. Just be done with it, wash your hands of it, and people probably aren't going to put a 6-foot solid fence in, but they will have the right to do so. Mm-hmm. Okay, so again, could we have discussions on the size of site visibility triangles? Yes. Could we have the agreement between neighbors to have a 6-foot fence? Yes. And that, by the way, I don't think needs to come to the commission. I think it's something that could be done through deeds and are you listening, Mr. Berman? I am. Good. Through the clerks of the court's office, and the first time, and I bet you there's one of these audience members who I just know that I think when they first started this whole thing, they talked about an ongoing feud they were having with their neighbor. And I can tell you this, I bet you if there's anybody that goes and puts a 6-foot fence up, that guy's going to be the first. So again, I'm going to disagree with this ordinance. So thank you.
Very good. Okay, well, I'll go ahead and grab the bull by the horns. I'll make a motion that we direct staff to come up with similar to a shared docking agreement, but for site visibility triangles on waterfront properties, where they can eliminate site visibility triangles on waterfront property, period. That solves the tiki hut, that solves the 6-foot fence, that solves everything. If the two neighbors want to work it out, they can work it out. So I'd make the motion that we direct staff to come up with that. And
I second.
Mr. Berman, I would also ask that you make it an administrative type deal. Don't bring it to the commission, just administrative, have staff do it and record it. That way it's recorded with the property. It doesn't need to come to the commission, so it could be quicker, simpler, and easier. They go to staff. Staff says, okay, you two are in agreement. Boom, it's done. Easy peasy. How's that sound? You can do that, right?
I'll attempt to do exactly what the commission wants me to do, including yourself, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so that's my motion. I've got a second on that by Commissioner Segerson-Eaton. All right, this is public hearings. Any input on the motion? Please come forward. Name and address for the record. Now, this is on the motion.
Yes, Eileen Smith, 170 Southeast 13th Street. We are probably the ones who, I'm going to reply to Commissioner Segerson's. The neighbor pointed a gun right in my face, and that's how it started. So by having gun in your face just because she didn't like on a 3-foot fence a vine, and it's still been going on for 2 years and nothing has happened to her because she was so high on painkillers, and every time the court is about to start, she goes in a hospital and it's still going on and nothing has happened to their property. Yes, that is the reason why we asked for this. Thank you.
So sorry
Good.
for your situation.
Further input from the public. Please come forward.
Enough, it's torn up her life. If you wouldn't object, this could pass. You don't live on the water. We're never going to get an agreement with these people. And the people that do have a problem, it's problems with the neighbors. This is ridiculous. We paid a lot of money to be on the water. We shouldn't be restricted to what we do in our own backyard, nor have to deal with unruly neighbors.
Very good. Further input from the public.
That was
Seeing none,
Don
public
Smith
input
for the
closed.
record.
I'm sorry, what was that?
So we're referencing his name, mentioning his name for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just name and address for the record. I'm sorry. I know it's already in the record, but just, sorry, sir.
No problem. Don Smith, 170 Southeast 13th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida, 33060.
Very good. Thank you. Very good. Further input from the public? Okay. Just name and address for the record.
Gunter Dudas. I live at 630 Southeast 5th Terrace, Pompano Beach. And yes, I live on the water. I do not have a boat dock. I mean, I have a dock, but I don't have a boat lift in the back. I don't have an obstruction. I do have 2 fences on the side, and yeah, you can see through them. And I enjoy where I live. I've been here for 10 years. I've lived in Pompano for over 25, and I absolutely love where I live here, and I don't want things to change. But I love what you came up with. I did not like the other way. I don't want someone to build a 10-foot fence and say, that's it. But I don't want to be next to a B&B either. I think that's terrible that people have to deal with that. But I believe there should be an agreement. And there should be enforceable ways also. That should also be in it so that protects homeowners as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commissioner Fessick.
Mr. Smith, I know that your wife left. I just want to start by saying I'm terribly sorry for what she's been through. I unfortunately have been in the same situation, and it is something that does disrupt your life, and it is something that requires a lot of moving past, and there's some level that just doesn't go away. So I am sorry for that, and I understand that some people don't want change, and I get it. But at the same time, I also have heard, and in the property, so I looked up because I remembered in like Real Estate 101, which we all There's several of us who are real estate associates. Florida has a property as a bundle of rights, and you do have the right of control to control your property, or use, maintain, develop, and improve your property. You do have the right of exclusion, which means you have the right to keep people off of your property, and you have the right to enjoy it. And if you can't enjoy it in your backyard because you've got somebody that's completely unhinged, or if you can't enjoy it because you've got an Airbnb next to you, if you can't enjoy the money that you spend and the investment, if you can't enjoy your investment, then we have a problem here. And I can't believe this has actually gone on for so long, but this is again, fully supportive of just keeping this as is. I think I've been at multiple of those meetings well before being elected. I've had conversations with people. I've done lots of outreach on my own as well. And I actually thank Max and Ms. Dolan, because at one of the meetings they were both there, and they got to hear from people directly as well. And so this was formed over a long period of time, and the amount of work that they have put into this, and Max, I know you've put into a lot, it's truly listening to what residents were asking for. And so that's, by and large, when residents ask for something and come out and ask for it in a large number, and we find a way to make it happen, that's good government. So thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion on the motion. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, with respect to the motion, this was brought up at community meetings, and like I said, we went back and forth on this, but one of the problems is if I'm next to an Airbnb and I say I want to put up a 6-foot fence and they don't care because they don't live there, and they're like, oh, maybe that impacts my value to rent it, what's their incentive? But I need their agreement. So the problem is you're kind of have to negotiate with someone that you're trying to kind of not, that there might be an issue with, right? And with what you're proposing over time, the same thing could happen that happens here. You just don't need someone's permission, right? So the same thing will happen over time. The site triangle will go away, and some fences will get higher over time. But you pitting neighbors against each other. So, for example, Mr. Smith needs that person's permission. The person who put the gun in his wife's face needs her permission to make his tiki hut legal then. So you're creating some pretty bad situations between neighbors by doing this. And with the same result over time, that you will end up eliminating the site triangle in most yards and having higher fences. So I think you end up with the same result, but you create a lot of angst between neighbors potentially. So I don't think, and it's also a lot of paperwork and a lot of hassle for this. So I think people have the right to use their yards. If you don't want a 6-foot fence, then don't buy a house with a 6-foot fence. And if your neighbor puts it in, there's probably a good reason for that. Maybe you two don't get along, or something, or someone needs privacy from what's going on next door. So I think getting someone's permission is it's a little different than a docking agreement, and you're going to end up in the same place where the site triangles go away over time. So I don't think that this is necessary.
Well, very good. But with all due respect, I mean, we just had one gentleman stand up here and said he thought it was a great idea, and he lives on the water, and he wants to protect his views. But he would welcome the option that I outlined. So, I mean, there's different schools of thought here. So, any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll on the motion.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
No.
Harton?
Yes. Very good. Back on the original motion. Any further commission discussion? Seeing none? Beat it up enough? Okay. Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
No. Very good. All right. Takes us up to item 18 as a first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission, the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.2411 tree permit, Section 155.2421 administrative adjustment, Section 155.5203 landscaping, and Section 155.5204 tree preservation to clarify and introduce landscaping industry standards and best practices and incorporate statutory requirements, providing preservability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Mr. Weems.
Good afternoon, Max Weems, Principal Planner, Development Services. So previously, this ordinance was coupled with the Dune Enhancements Ordinance, but since they're a little bit unique in each of their scopes, they've now been presented as two ordinances. So this is the first reading of this ordinance. It will seem similar or familiar. So really, we're looking to do small tweaks. In summary, there are some small tweaks with negligible corrections to grammar and corrections to terms. We're adding an administrative adjustment to reflect our preferred practice for vehicular use area landscaping, provide superior landscaping other than the width and depth in those locations, creating alternatives for canopy trees where canopy trees are not feasible in retroactive landscape plans. We've added requirements for root barrier systems, protecting pavement, and for sufficient soil volumes, ensuring that the trees are healthy. And we've added the ability to relocate trees off-site, whether private or public, and we've clarified the way to calculate tree mitigation and replacement. Okay. So when an application requires an appraisal, when a tree permit is required, exactly, whether it's a removal or relocation of a tree, an appraisal for mitigation is required. An arborist performs a tree appraisal. Presently, our code includes the permission for a landscape architect to complete the appraisal, but this often results in inaccurate reporting. To mitigate this and to correct our code, we have proposed to strike landscape architect as a permitted author for a tree appraisal. The allowable administrative adjustments. At the base of a building, between the foundation and the edge of a driveway or parking lot, so not at the front of the building, between the building and the street, but between paved areas on site. A certain width of landscaped area is required depending on the height of the building. Typically, this area is between 15 and 24 feet. On smaller lots or where development is larger and or requires significant parking or drainage amenities or things that take up space on a site, this width may be burdensome. Our code currently allows for reductions in this width, and we support maintaining this permission. The concern is when that width is reduced to a point that is not sufficient for the landscaping, and so that's why we're proposing to require a minimum of 8 feet. Therefore 8 feet, which is a general accepted width for a planting area. All other site requirements must still be met, such as pervious area or the number of trees or shrubs that are required for any particular site. Development with a prior landscaping plan, without a prior landscaping plan on record, we call this a retroactive landscape plan. These older developments, they won't have a plan on file and will require the establishment of retroactive landscape plans at the time of applications for similar or relevant work, such as substantial modifications to paved areas or building additions. As these developments are well established, it may be difficult to require canopy trees due to insufficient planting widths. Therefore, we are proposing to accept clusters of palms in lieu of canopy trees for these unique circumstances. It's also important that trees are separated from site lighting. If you have trees blocking site lighting, that site lighting is just not serving its intended purpose. However, there's varying types of trees, whether they're canopy trees, understory trees, or palms. So to recognize this, we're requiring different separations from that site lighting based on the specified tree. We're doing this both within retroactive landscape plans as well in new development applications. Where canopy trees are planted close to a sidewalk or parking lot, the roots are prone to damage the paved areas. So we've all seen this, parking lots where the pavement becomes lifted because of the roots. However, palms or understory trees, it is standard practice to install a root barrier product in these circumstances. However, if a developer is not the long-term operator of the site, they may not be interested in installing such a feature, resulting in a long-term problem for any future tenant or owner. So therefore, we're proposing to make this a codified requirement. While an established tree may not require an irrigation system to survive due to an established root system, newly planted or transplanted trees do require irrigation to survive. Therefore, we're proposing to require the use of temporary bubbler irrigation systems, which is consistent with standard practice, but proposing to make it codified. To maintain consistency with Florida Statute 163.045, we have incorporated the statute as amended by reference. This ensures that should a property owner have a tree that poses an unacceptable risk and removal is the only means of mitigation, the tree may be removed and mitigation will not be required. For certainty, we have used the exact language of the state statute in our proposed ordinance. While relocations off-site were always permitted, we wanted to clarify in our code that relocations may be to public or private land with written authorization by the property owner, and that the tree should be located in a way that is publicly facing as practical. And for tree replacement, the calculation of values for the purpose of tree mitigation was previously limited to a category of just tree or specimen tree, but as previously stated, there's a variety of types of trees, so we've incorporated those mitigation techniques into our code, again, reflecting our standard practice. And lastly, for tree abuse, we've rephrased this section to prioritize the restoration of any abused tree prior to resorting to mitigation. And of course, the goal here is if it has to be removed, if the damage is so far, then remove it and mitigate as required. But if it can be saved, do so legitimately. These amendments have been presented to the Economic Development Council and received a recommendation for approval from the Planning and Zoning Board. This concludes my presentation.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Nope. Okay. Public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions, concerns. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton, followed by Commissioner Fesser.
Yeah, this is really funny because I thought we were trying to simplify this whole thing. Sounds like you wrote another book there.
Oh, to me it is simplifying.
Okay. Is this considered the first reading?
Yes. Yep.
I think I'll hold my questions for next meeting. You know, you said you incorporated 163.045
Yes.
in there. But it seems you seem to have cut, and you spoke very fast, and I don't mean any disrespect, but there was a lot in here. And I didn't realize that it was changed so significantly.
No, it's not. It's exactly the same.
Then you've added, you know, some things, because you certainly added this, but it doesn't seem as if it's totally, chapter 163 isn't totally in there. You just added it verbatim. You just printed it. So what happens if somebody has termites in their trees, and they have take a picture? You can see plainly there's termites, and they get it removed. And some code enforcement officer goes by and, oh, you took out a tree. Oh, you didn't get a landscape. Oh, then what happens? And you didn't get a permit, because apparently you don't need a permit.
No, you don't. So if you have a tree that has termites, the requirement of the statute is that you obtain a report that says that tree poses an unacceptable risk, and it has to be removed, and that's the only means of mitigation necessary. In that scenario, no mitigation is required, and the tree can be removed.
Okay, so what if, and then you said I have a subjective, what is an unacceptable risk? Is it the roots too close to my house? Are they going underneath my foundation? Are the leaves staining and causing algae to grow on my roof? Any number of things, trip hazards. Can't grow grass, and I'm getting cited by code because I don't have any grass, and my tree doesn't allow grass in my front yard because it's too shaded.
Sure. This is the role of the arborist. And as soon as this person says that this is the case, we don't question that.
And there's no mitigation?
No.
Okay, let me just give you a scenario. So I had a resident who wanted to widen his driveway, lives out in Leisureville, and his wife is on a walker, and they're very narrow driveways, so they wanted to widen it by 3 or 4 feet. And apparently, landscaping had gone back and looked at various photographs and saw that 5 years ago, prior to them even owning the property, there was a tree near the house. And so the permit for the driveway was denied by landscaping. And this was after the legislature passed this law, and then they were being required to mitigate by planting 2 14-foot grade A oaks at $1,600 a pop. There were a couple in retirement, a wife's on a walker. All they wanted to do was put in a new driveway. That's just one issue that I deal with. People, and what the legislature said basically is people can cut trees down on their property. They have a right to use their property as they see fit. One could even say with some of the trees, the root systems are very shallow and are essentially trip hazards. I don't want that. I'm afraid someone's going to walk onto my property, trip on my lawn, and sue me because they broke their leg or their ankle. I deal with situations, let's say the last one is, there was a tree that was cut down some years ago, and there was a stump about that high. And I don't know whether it was called tree abuse or what, but they were being required to plant 2 trees to mitigate it. So either someone is not clear about mitigation, and if they're not, I hope by me saying what I'm saying now, that they're clear on mitigation. I'm not going to have the people of my district whose tree got knocked down in a hurricane 5 years ago and they just left a stump, and then they get cited and now have to go mitigate and spend thousands of dollars on putting a tree in for any reason. And I just hope that's clear, because if what you are saying is true and you're incorporating, then it says clearly no mitigation. I don't care if it's tree abuse or alleged tree abuse. I think maybe we should have a tribune or a panel to determine what is tree abuse and what is not. But the bottom line is, people cannot afford in my district, and I don't know, how high is it? How many things do people have on their list of things to do and things they need to spend money on? But I can tell you 2 grade A oaks at $1,500 a pop is not one of them. I don't care what. So that I'm just saying my piece, and I hope I'm clear, because I do get the calls. So thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? We've got Commissioner Fezzik, then I come back to Vice Mayor.
So I know we've gone through this, and I feel like this tree mitigation thing is more, I would have to agree with Commissioner Sigerstein that it's more towards residents. It could be very costly for them. What percentage of this is more for new development as opposed to existing, I guess, residents in general, residences?
So removal or relocation application could apply to any property. The administrative adjustments would also apply to new development predominantly. The root barriers would apply to new development. Retroactive landscape plans, the changes there are to make obtaining a retroactive landscape plan simpler. Like it's less restrictive. Okay. The same is true for the site lighting, whether it's new development or retroactive, is less restrictive. Okay. The irrigation requirement, that too many times we have people pay to install a tree and the tree dies. What are we supposed to do with that? And it's all because there was no bubbler, which is a very cheap solution to ensure that that tree survives the initial planting. It's a temporary requirement. So this is a new requirement, but it does reduce the costs in the long term.
If I bought a tree and I had to pay $1,600 for the tree, you better believe that I will make sure that thing gets watered.
Of
But but right, but I mean, you'd water it, but I mean, you can also.
If there's an irrigation system, it is not required. So this whole thing is to ensure that that investment is not for nothing. And it is a standard practice. Any landscaper that's giving you good advice would encourage the use of a bubbler.
Yeah. So I just kind of want to go through this because I just don't know that I don't know that we have to tell people how to take care of something. That seems a little excessive, but obviously, maybe you've run into that. The relocation of a tree off-site, is that related? So what I'm trying to get at is, I think with a lot of this new development stuff, is that where and so they're going to take down a tree because instead of where there used to be a house and now there's going to be a large building, or there used to be a multiplex and now there's going to be a much larger building, much larger square footage, much larger footprint. My problem with the administrative, so it's kind of like multi-bulleted points that all feed back to the same thing. One, you relocate a tree off-site, great, you save a tree, fantastic, I'm happy with that. But this seems to be very much in favor of making it easier for developers to build property and have potentially less amounts of smaller groupings of trees. The root barrier, I agree, is a good idea, but so would be moving the actual tree back to an appropriate distance from the street. So it's a little bit of each on both sides, and I think the administrative thing going from 30%. I know in our meeting I mentioned it to you before. That from 30% to 75%, that's a huge jump. I don't know how we jumped that far, but there's just a lot there, and I agree. I don't think it should be something where the public has to pay or residents have to pay for mitigation if they can't afford it, if they're trying to do something as simple as a driveway. Mm-hmm. I had a resident reach out to me, and she was going through, and she actually loves plants. Like her backyard could be a garden of all different types of exotic palms, and they spend lots of money, and they have more trees and more greenery in their backyard than many people do. And they spend money to do it, right? She was trying to get something simple done and was basically held hostage. Was like, oh no, you have to have 5 more of these. And she's like, where am I going to put, at some level, it doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. So while I appreciate that we did split it, I still have questions about the percentages, and I'll save it for second reading, but I still have percentages. I like the idea of some pieces of this, but I would have to agree with Commissioner Segerson-Eaton on this, that I'd like to see it protecting the residents a little bit more and protecting the developers less.
So what I'm hearing is a lot about the impacts of mitigation, which the only item related to mitigation in this amendment, other than those properties that are subject to the state statute 163, is a reduction in the valuation that's assigned to trees that are not like canopy trees. We've clarified understory and palm trees, so we've reduced the value that's assigned to those lower species. Otherwise, mitigation is nothing new to our code. The same is true for the administrative adjustment. The table, as it is being amended to reflect the 50% reduction that already exists within the landscape section of our code. And that 50% reduction requires superior landscaping. What we're looking to do is formalize that in our administrative adjustments table and say that it cannot be reduced further than 8 feet. Today, we sometimes end up with sections of 5 feet, and it's not, it doesn't result in a sustainable environment for any plantings. And so if somebody has unique circumstances that require something less than 8, which I know we're going to get requests for it, now we have the ability to say your only recourse is a variance, and you have to demonstrate some hardship of your site, or that it's not that you're putting too much on the property, it's that something else exists, and therefore you have a valid claim for this variance. We don't really have that ability today. So what I like about this is that it's moving that adjustment ability into our administrative adjustments, giving a process, and if it's more than 50, I'm sorry, if they're requesting 75%, but not less than 8 feet, that can be done by the Planning and Zoning Board. So that's what makes it major. The 50% can be administrative, consistent with how it is today in the landscape code, with superior landscaping and never less than 8 feet. So I hear you that it feels new, but what we're gaining is a minimum of 8 feet, a sense of control in the process, and the ability to kick it to the Planning and Zoning Board if it's still 8 feet and more than 50%, or to the ZBA if they need a less width than 8 feet. And again, the only locations that these apply is between a building and a driveway or a parking lot, not between the building and the street.
Okay. Thank you. That actually clarified it. So you're saying that we have, by doing this, by adding the 8 feet minimum, we have a little bit of teeth. I like processes. We have a little bit of teeth to enforce what is already being done in a landscape code.
I believe that the intent of that section, of that vehicular use area planting, is better met by providing the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I think a lot of us deal with a lot of residents who have issues with trees. We get a lot of calls on this. We get a lot of people who've done something and find out later that they're in trouble, or they want to do something and find out they can't do it. And I think that is the source of a lot of this, that people are looking for some relief in our code on trees. So if a tree has come down in a hurricane, they just want to be able to drag it out, to the curb as they're cleaning up and not have to worry about it. If there is a tree that's been abused, they just want to be able to take it down, and I think we need to try to ease the burden for people, and I think that's part of what I'm hearing from my fellow commissioners on this. When I read this, so under the tree abuse section, it says a tree permit shall be required for any corrective measure undertaken in accordance with this subsection. So you do need a permit to take out an abused tree, or you don't?
Yes, you do. So not if it is one where tree abuse is not the same as a removal because it poses an unacceptable risk. Tree abuse is self-imposed. I damaged this tree to the point where it is not going to survive.
What if the neighbor cut the tree and damaged it, but it's on my property?
Still a damaged tree.
Right. This becomes a civil matter. And so what I'm hearing
No, but who wants to be in a lawsuit with their neighbor over a tree? Because that costs more than actually replacing a tree. I mean,
I'm hearing a lot of discussion on the requirements for mitigation, which were not intended to be the subject of this ordinance.
Thank you.
I understand that too.
But I'm happy to, for second reading, come back with a summary of our policies, how we apply them. I don't believe we require mitigation for trees that fall during a hurricane. We do not require mitigation for trees that are moved in accordance with Chapter 163. But I'm just not really prepared to talk about it. And perhaps we can initiate a separate ordinance with that goal of simplifying mitigation for residential properties. This was not my intent today.
Okay, and but I think that's kind of where some of this discussion has gone and where some of our heads are at, because we deal with a lot of those issues from residents. So I think what you've done is kind of awaken a sleeping beast here, and we want some help with that too. I have one other comment, but Mark, did you want to say something?
Well, I wanted to answer your question. First of all, if a neighbor damages another neighbor's tree, the neighbor on the property that owns the tree gets cited and has to deal with it. It's their responsibility. It's on their property. How it happened doesn't change their effect. But I have something I wanted to add, but I'll wait on a historical perspective versus county regulation versus ours, unless you want to hear it now, Mayor.
Sure. Go ahead. If it has bearing, of course.
If you don't mind, historically, and I've rewritten this tree code many times over the years, the commission has always wanted no harsher than the counties, but the county requires our code to be less stringent. Now, I don't know if that has changed. Development Services Director can, or Max or our arborist can, but our code, if we're going to have our own arbor code, or our own tree including tree abuse, tree preservation, we cannot be any less stringent with regard to our requirements than the county. And we always wanted to keep our own code because when people apply, when there's development, when there's people who want to build, we want to be the ones reviewing those plans. We want the one with control. We don't want the county to have control. So we've always wanted and kept it. But I think the requirement is still, unless I haven't, I might have been absent that day, but my recollection is, and I don't think it's changed, we cannot be any less stringent than the county. So when we're saying, let's give them more relief, let's do this, we still have things that we need to put in there. Is that correct, Max?
Yeah, that's true, and that would absolutely be a part of any summary that I brought back if that were the request. But yeah, it's.
Okay.
I just wanted to put it in perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, my only other comment is things like the bubbler. So we're telling people what they have to do here. What if someone likes to go out and hand water it with a hose, you know? And I understand like the intent is to ensure it lives, but I feel like we're micromanaging people here and adding requirements that, you know, there are other ways to accomplish that, and us telling them how they have to do it seems a little bit much to me. Thank you.
Commissioner Bassick, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a couple questions. How much is the permit right now?
I'm sorry?
How much is a permit right now?
A tree permit application?
Mm-hmm.
Lead Landscape Inspector Mark Brummett. The permit for tree removal or protection or relocation is dependent on the type of property. So if it's a single-family residence, it's free. Doesn't cost them anything. If it's a commercial site, then it's $50 for the permit and $10 per tree. If it's multifamily, then it's $45 for the permit and $7 per tree.
When was the last time we looked at? Well, when was the last time we looked at that as a city? Because I mean, a multifamily is still potentially it could be a duplex, and then technically it's multifamily, and then you're potentially charging somebody for that. But maybe I'm wrong. The second part is appraisers. So do you know, do we provide the appraisers, or do they have to provide the appraiser for themselves?
They provide it for themselves.
Okay. I hired an appraiser to look at some trees just to get an idea of how much they would be to come down, and that was a $400 visit. So, again, I'm very concerned, about costs. So we're talking about the appraiser has to come out, then potentially there's a tree replacement that has to come out. So by the time you're done with this, it's not just the $1,600, like Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton is using that as an example. But it's not just the price of the tree, it's the price of the appraiser, it's the time, it's the permit. Even if the permit's free, it's the process. When we could already, again, feels very much like we're micromanaging on a residential standpoint. If there was maybe some clarification between residential and or commercial property, much like we have with permits, maybe that's the magic space here. So that we can, and I understand, we're off target a little bit from what it was, but maybe that's the magic sauce. Maybe it's sort of divide and protect residents from being charged, and maybe we step up some of this stuff for developers. Like we always say, we're trying to find ways to make them pay for some mitigation costs. This is another good way. If they're going to take down trees and they're going to make more money, then they can spend some money investing in trees either in our parks or, we can find ways or through the fees. That's just an idea, but I think your magic zone is to protect residents by maybe micromanaging, that was a good word, less. Thank you.
Very good. Further, Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yeah, I mean, I could tell you about another dozen stories about mitigation in single-family residents. Now, that's why the legislature said, if you got a tree on your property, you want to cut it down, go, because you think it poses a risk, do it. You have the right to do it. And no one can tell you otherwise. So leave my residential properties alone. I could go on. I got another 12, 20 more stories that I can back up. I was hoping to get one. I got one resident here today, but I should have told him to come at what time? 5 o'clock. Yeah, and so what a lot of people do is when they want to cut down a tree or need to cut down a tree, hiring a company to do it is a huge expense as well. And if they can manage it, they do it. And they do it 1 week, you got the top, and then you see this like gnarly trunk, and then the next bulk pickup, then they go and they do the rest. So if you see a gnarly stalk with no limbs on it, obviously it's not tree abuse. They're removing the tree. So, and what else? You know, right tree for the right place. The resident who's behind the, say, commercial property, another example, is that the gentleman that was here today. He's got 8 canopy trees that were required to be planted on the back property line. Now, who gets the pleasure of trimming his trees, trimming those trees when they go over on his side? He does, of course, because they're not going to come over and trim it. And he's going to trim it wherever he wants. He's going to trim it the easy. He's going to take a chainsaw. He's not going to tip them. He's just going to cut them. Because as it is, they're not even his trees. But since he wants his grass to grow, he's going to cut them down. And I mean, nobody thought about his sunlight and sunrise that he sees in the morning. Nobody asked him when he was required to put, when the commercial property was required to do this canopy tree, I don't know, 8 of them. So those are other things. I mean, they're just overreaching, and that's why the legislature says cities, mitigation, caliper, and all of them. Remember all the figures and the way they interpreted how many trees you got to put in your background. Oh, then I got another guy that's supposed to be putting 4 trees in, and because he took down a tree. So yeah, those are big problems, and you know, we have to stop it. Thank you.
Very good. Well, we've got a lot of issues with trees, obviously. I'm sure Max was listening to all this, and he's taking it to heart and going to work on all this stuff and make it better in time. But I do have to echo some of those stories. I mean, that I've heard them too. I mean, commercial property, per their site plan, they've got to plant a row of 20 trees, and sure enough, 5 years down the road, their neighbor hat racks every single one of them. It's like, well, wait a second. You're right. Okay, they can sue them. We're setting people up sometimes for just major lawsuits. So, but on the Vice Mayor's issue, bubblers, I understand it makes good sense. It's a good from a practical standpoint. But supposing somebody has a tree on a distant parking island in their parking lot, and we didn't require bubblers when they put these trees in, and a tree dies, and so they've got to replace that tree, which that's okay. That's their commercial property. That's like, let's hammer them. Okay, we want a beautiful city, so replace that tree. They replace that tree. Do they then have to run some sort of a sprinkler system out to that distant tree island to put in a bubbler?
A bubbler is usually just like a
I know what a bubbler is, but you have to provide water to it.
Correct.
So it's out there, 100, 150, 200 feet out in the parking lot. So they've got to run an irrigation system out there?
Yes.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Not a lick of sense. I'm just being honest with you. I understand the intent behind it, but no, in practical application, no, it doesn't make any sense at all. So yeah, I would ask you to look at that before this comes back for second reading. Just
Certainly.
I think you've heard a couple of comments about the bubblers. I understand the intent behind it, but there's got to be some rational thought about reality out there, real conditions that happen sometimes. I understand if it's a plotted out, new development. Okay, that's absolutely. Then everybody ought to have irrigation. But if you're talking existing where the tree dies and they've got to replace the tree, which yeah, we want the tree replaced, but man, if they can have a water truck go out there once a week and it works, solves the problem. And if it dies, that's job security for Mario. okay? And I understand it's a problem because people lose their investment, but that's their problem. If they don't want to water it, okay, then Mario will come out there and cite them, and then we'll have other issues to deal with, and they'll have to replace the tree again and again and again. But yeah, sometimes it just seems overkill. Anyway, further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
No.
Commissioner Perkins,
No.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton,
No.
Commissioner Smith,
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
No.
Mayor Harden.
Okay, no.
Like you said,
Okay,
we'll listen to
19
everybody
is
there.
first
Somebody
reading of
alert
the
the media.
Mark this down, Kervin, please.
Yes, noted.
19.
Whoops, let me get back to it. Thank you.
This should be a good
An
one.
ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.5204 tree preservation to create a new subsection regulating coastal dune management and preservation, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Good afternoon, Mr. Weems.
Good afternoon, Max Weems, Principal.
And go ahead and speak fast.
Yeah. So this is another familiar item. I just have this one slide that's, I'm glad these are now two ordinances. So we intend to establish this new section within our code on beach dune management, restoration, and enhancement. Previously, any dune enhancements on private property were the result of negotiations during the site planning phase and/or as a result of requirements by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. With this ordinance, the city will have additional authority to require dune and dune vegetation protection and mitigation. This amendment has been advised by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, presented to the Economic Development Council, and received a recommendation of approval by the Planning and Zoning Board. The proposed amendment is supported by our comprehensive plan, does not create conflict with the Code of Ordinances, and is consistent with the intents and purposes of our zoning code. So I know I've already reviewed this with you all previously, but it is, as I said, a new section within our ordinance. As I just said, it was all previously as regulated by FDEP. That is still true. You will still require FDEP approval for any work on dunes seaward of the coastal construction control line. And the focus of this ordinance is the invasive vegetation removal and the dune restoration and enhancement, maintaining what exists and enhancing where feasible on private property. All of the guidelines that were established for the formation of the dunes were taken directly from FDEP, so I know we're consistent there. We just now have the ability to control what exists on private property in the city of Pompano. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Very good. Thank you for that. I see Mr. Gottlieb here. Mr. Gottlieb, would you care to issue some? I mean, you're kind of like a cheap consultant for the city of Pompano Beach.
Well, I'm here again to encourage you to vote for this ordinance. This is in response to some of the projects that have gone on in Pompano Beach with DEP having jurisdiction but not having the ability to actually enforce their requirements and their restrictions on development. This gives the city the opportunity to have some say where previously the city had no say whatsoever in regards to the damage or destruction or renovation or restoration to the existing dunes, and give some guidelines for property owners and developers moving forward to make sure that they're in compliance, but also giving the city the opportunity to have some input as to protecting this resource, which we don't have do-overs. We have a one shot to protect this resource. So I'll be able to answer any questions that you might have, but I think it's time that the city pass this ordinance. And I actually would encourage you to do it because this will be the first city that actually passes it by ordinance and not by resolution.
Very good. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, and I appreciate all the work you've done in the city of Pompano Beach. And on behalf of all the residents, thank you, seriously, for helping us preserve our resource.
Thank you.
Which is the beach. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions, concerns? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Item 20 is a first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a service agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Intercounty Engineering, Inc. for sanitary sewer manhole rehabilitation services, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Mr. Watson.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. The item before you is a contract for intercounty engineering. This is just a contract to coat and to rehab our sanitary sewer manholes and our stormwater catch basins. This helps to prolong the beneficial life of these structures, and they become necessary over time.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the experience, I think last week, we had the, I think it was your department in the community regarding the sewer. They were doing a cleanup or clean out.
That may, I believe what that was, Commissioner, we were over in the neighborhood and we were doing system cleaning and inspection.
Yes, very good. Well, the question was asked, well, I'd like to know from you, how often do you do this in a particular community?
Where we do the rehabilitation or we do the system cleaning and inspection?
System cleaning.
The system cleaning and inspection is done periodically. We have several miles of gravity sewer system within our service areas. So we keep track of the areas that we actually clean. And then when it comes up on rotation, then we go out there and we perform this. It helps us to get a better condition, an idea of what the system is, what kind of condition it's in. And then it also helps us with our future planning with regard to capital improvement projects where we can actually concentrate resources.
Yeah, the reason I ask you that is I wanted to know if you do the sewer cleaning for homes that are much older often, or it's just a system where you go into each community or just mark it off and say, okay, we've done this area, we've done that area. Well, the reason I ask you that, because the Sanders Park community, you know, of course, was built in 1952 or 53, one of them. And that was the first time I've ever, in my lifetime, ever seen them there cleaning anything. And I just wondered if you would be a little bit more consistent in those areas that are older, of course, or you all just continue the same throughout the city?
We try to spread it evenly as possible throughout the city. Mm-hmm. We have two different types of sewer material. We have what we call as clay, and then we have what's general now, which is C900 PVC. Mm-hmm. So the clay is the material that has a little bit more wear to it. So we do have our lining program that we're doing out there to try to harden that infrastructure. Mm-hmm. So, and I believe that's basically what you have in the community over there in Sanders Park. You have clay. Mm-hmm. So a lot of times when we go over there, we're TVing and trying to see the condition of that clay to make sure that it's actually functioning. There's no roots, there's no water that's getting into the system, creating any I&I inflow and infiltration. So we do all of that as a kind of preventative maintenance, again, to kind of target and head off issues before they really become a major issue, where the customers experience backup and sanitary sewer overflows.
Yeah, because we just had that problem that happened to the young lady, and I think she's in Esquire Lakes. She had that issue, and I don't think they've ever had a cleaning either over there. But anyway, can you send me or give me a list of update where you have done this cleaning or this sewer cleaning in the Northwest?
Absolutely.
State of completion or whatever. Can you send that to me?
Absolutely, okay. Commissioner. And as we do it, as I'm sure most of you are aware, whenever we're in the area and we're doing the inspection and cleaning, we like to send out notices so that way we can make you, the commissioners, aware of what we're doing in your various districts, and we also take those same notices and pass it out to your constituents so they are aware.
Oh, okay. Well, they were in my area. I didn't receive a notice, but I was glad to see them there. But yeah, if you could send that to me, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely, Commissioner.
That's it there.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 21 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a service agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Max Environmental LLC for sanitary sewer manhole rehabilitation services, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. This is the companion item to it. We have a secondary contractor that's on this contract, so we can have redundancy and competitiveness with regard to this work.
Very good.
That completes my statement, subject to any questions you may have.
Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns? Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Arden.
Yes, item 22 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a piggyback agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Municipal Equipment Company, LLC, to purchase as needed fire equipment, supplies, and services in an amount not to exceed $1,632,300, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Chief McGinnis.
Good afternoon, Pete McGinnis. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and City Attorney. Pete McGinnis with Pompano Beach Fire Rescue. What you have before you today is the first reading of an ordinance for basically every piece of equipment fire-related that we purchase. Gas meters, hoses, bunker gear, helmets, anything that you can possibly think of that we would put on a fire truck. And it's an agreement over 3 years, which expires July 31st of 2027. But obviously, anything that goes over $200,000 will come back before we make the purchase.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, item 23 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 70, General Provisions of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 70.11, illegally parked vehicles in the city right-of-way by modifying fines for violations of Section 7107, commercial vehicles stored in the right-of-way, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Berman.
Thank you. As requested by the commission, the fines for violations of 7107, commercial vehicles in the right-of-way, have been bumped per this ordinance from $150 to $350 per day, per request of the commission. We believe it's sustainable, and therefore we've prepared it, and that's all I have at this time.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions, concerns? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, item 24 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a parking license agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Hansa and Garish Patel on vacant land located at Southeast 2nd Street on the west side of Brownie Avenue, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Lance.
Afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Jeff Lance, Parking Manager. The item before you this afternoon is a resolution for a license agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Hansa and Garesh Patel. Property is located adjacent to Southeast 2nd Street on the west side of Brownie Avenue. The city's had an agreement with the Patel family for this lot since 2021, which not only accommodates guests visiting our beach, but also serves as parking for workers of the Hilton Hotel and other area development. Parking lot contains approximately 43 parking spaces, and there have been no permanent improvements on that property. City does charge a parking fee to the public for parking spaces contained within this lot. It's accomplished through our 2 parking apps, Pay by Phone and Passport Parking. For this consideration, the city agrees to pay Hansa and Garesh Patel 50-50 revenue split of all net revenues generated on this property. And we will continue to enforce this property with our current parking enforcement company, One Parking. That concludes my presentation.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Commissioner Fezzik.
Don't growl at me. I have to do my due diligence here. Sorry, I will be quick. How much are we making on this lot, just out of curiosity?
About $25,000.
Okay, so it's only 20, it's about 12.5, or is it 50,000 for total?
25. 25 total.
25 total.
Correct.
So they're only making 12 grand. Okay. The only reason why I had to stop this was because we received an email. I know I did, and I believe you as well received the email. That was my question: was how many years have we done this? Being that we are being very ecologically sensitive, and obviously I understand that we need parking. So let's start there. It was brought to our attention that the city was sort of not following our own rules in this, and that parking on empty grass lots and things like that was allowed for temporary usage. My concern is, if we've had a great relationship with these individuals since 2021, being that that property is so close to the water and so close to the beach and on the barrier island, what can we do to follow our own rules?
Well, the fact that it's temporary in nature and there's no permanent improvements there, I think we cleared that up with Max earlier.
Okay, but 2021 to 2026 now, right? That's more than a temporary usage.
Well, the owner of the property doesn't intend to develop that property.
Okay.
And until he's ready to do that, he's willing to continue to work with the city to provide that parking.
Right. So I just want this for clarification. So if a resident maybe has a big space in their yard, and maybe they have a large family, right, that they have an extra car, and temporarily they write up an agreement where they will lease a portion of their yard to a friend or a family member, right, and they park it on the grass, we would not allow that.
Correct.
Right.
For many reasons.
Right, for very many good reasons, right. So that's what so I understand that this is this. I would just like to see, maybe we could have this conversation, at the I'd just like to see this, us pay attention to what we're doing and we need to be able to stand behind, if we're gonna send Mario and team out to go write people up for code violations, we need to do a better job of setting an example through the things that we're doing. This is not temporary. This is 5 years long and going. So even if we have to, like we're repaving everything else, but we just, what can we do in your mind, in your opinion?
In regards to
Not parking it on a grass lot right so close to the beach with a bunch of stuff dripping into the grass that you don't know.
not for that lot, the construction that's going on over there they'd all be out on Briney Avenue.
Right.
And so would the Connex box that sits on that lot. So we had a long conversation with the Patel family and decided to go ahead and let everybody park on that lot. Plus, his employees from the Hilton also can park on that lot.
Right. I'm not suggesting that we don't let them continue parking. I'm saying, what do we do as a city to follow the rules that we've set for ourselves? Right. No, because this is part of it.
We are, Commissioner, we are following the rules that we set for ourselves.
Okay.
The word you're using, temporary, in this case, has to do with the fact that we're parking on a grassy lot and have been for all these years. The definition would come in if we came in and put gravel on it and concreted the lot. Then it would be a permanent parking lot.
Right.
Okay?
That's a really so okay, if I have a resident that says that they're charging for parking and it's temporary, I'm just putting it out there. I think we are so close to the water. There's actual environmental concerns as a city that I think we need to pay attention to. I definitely think we need parking. We definitely need the connect. We definitely need the space. I know that the Pompano Beach Club had reached out potentially to see if they could even rent spaces there, because they had mentioned they're going to be going concrete restoration. So I just want us to try to think, not necessarily for this particular item, but since it came up, I wanted to make sure in my email, I received it, I want to note that, and then I want to ask us to do better in following the rules that we have for ourselves, because this is not temporary. It's 5 years, 6 years. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes, item 25 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Golf Advisory Board of the City of Pompano Beach to fill the unexpired term of Robert Hendren, said term to expire on July 1st, 2025, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Are there any nominations for this item?
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Is it Stephen Botek from District 5?
Stephen Botek, District 5. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item 26 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Architectural Appearance Committee of the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on May 17th, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. I'll go ahead and nominate John Pancoast, incumbent, District 1, for this item. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item 27 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Architectural Appearance Committee of the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on May 17th, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. I'll go ahead and nominate Toby Aycock, incumbent, District 3. Any further nominations to this item?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Dennis McDonald.
Dennis McDonald, District 1. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. When your name is called, indicate your choice, either Toby Aycock, incumbent, District 3, or Dennis McDonald, District 1. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Dennis McDonald.
Commissioner Perkins,
Dennis McDonald.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton,
Toby Aycock.
Commissioner Smith,
Toby Aycock.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Dennis McDonald.
Mayor Harton.
Toby Aycock. Very good. Item 28 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Architectural Appearance Committee of the City of Pompano Beach as alternate 2 for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on May 17th, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. I'll go ahead and nominate Dennis McDonald for this item, District Number 1. Are there any further nominations for this item?
Just get
Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Let's see, any additional audience to be heard?
No additional orders to be heard.
Very good. Next scheduled meetings, we've got May 14th, 2025. That is tomorrow at 6 p.m. Joint special meeting, City Commission/CRA. May 27th, 2025 at 6 p.m. Regular City Commission meeting. June 10th, 2025 at 1 p.m. Regular City Commission meeting. Takes us up to reports. Mr. Harrison, City Manager.
Yes, sir. Josh Waters, are you in the audience? Ladies and gentlemen, this is our new budget director, Josh Waters.
All right. Welcome, Josh. Welcome aboard.
All right. And I just found out while we were here this afternoon that our chief building official, Mike Rada, Mike, would you stand? Mike has been appointed to the Broward County Board of Rules and Appeals.
Congratulations, Mike. Very, very good.
And Randy Brown has not one, but 5 awards that he would like to present to you.
Wow, okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Randy Brown, Utilities Director. We have made a haul, and I'm going to read a little bit about each award and let you know these are all state awards, statewide, that we've achieved these accomplishments. So, Steve, this is the Collection System of the Year Award, the medium-sized utility. The award recognizes utilities for significant accomplishments fostering excellence in the operation and maintenance of wastewater collection system, which also includes our pumping system.
Very cool. Congratulations.
There you go, guys.
Mike, this is the first place for the Class C treatment plant across the state, our Oasis treatment facilities. We competed for the opportunity to receive the plaque recognizing excellence in safety programs with no lost days.
Wow, very good. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah. While he's bringing up the Public Education Award, this award recognizes organizations for events or campaigns for significant accomplishments that foster the support and development of public outreach programs, as well as integrate public education as a core element of a water wastewater utility planning and management.
Very good.
I was provided with the David B. Lee Award. It's given annually by the State Association. The award was based on the operator's plant accomplishments and contributions to the organization.
All right, good.
Last but not least, Phil, we've been awarded special recognition from the Department of Environmental Protection. This is special when we get an award from our regulators. This celebrates the Florida drinking water and domestic wastewater facilities that demonstrate excellence in operation, maintenance, innovative treatment, waste reduction, pollution prevention, recycling, and other special achievements.
All right. Great job.
And I'd like for the managers and coordinators stand up who are here from the utility. And these are the people that work every day with their staff to make this happen.
All right, yeah. All right, let's stand up. Got it? All right. Congratulations. Great job. Great job, Randy.
I got it.
Yes, ma'am.
He's only got one.
That concludes my report, Mayor.
Very good. Great report. Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Appreciate that. Randy, congratulations to you and your entire department, of course. All right, moving on. Mr. Berman, City Attorney.
Thank you. Very quickly, I have just two quick updates, keeping up the accolades. My office was successful in defending a Title VII civil rights discrimination case for failure to promote an employee recently, and Deputy City Attorney Tracy Lyons successfully defended the case, and the trial court granted the city's motion for summary judgment. The plaintiff appealed to the 4th District Court of Appeals, which upheld the trial court's decision in favor of the city. And of real great significance, the case was also published in Florida Law Weekly as well. So,
Wow, very cool. Great job, Tracy.
thanks. And finally, again, Deputy City Attorney Tracy Lyons recently was selected to present the topic of sovereign immunity at the City County Local Government Law Certification Review course lecture to prospective attorneys statewide. This went on video throughout the state. These are prospective attorneys or attorneys who are studying to become prospective board certified in city, county, local government law. It was an honor for her to be invited by her peers to present at this seminar. And from what I was told at the executive committee meeting, she received excellent reviews for her course presentation. So I wanted to give her a shout out again.
Yeah, very good.
And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Alfred, City Clerk.
Yes, Mayor. I was just hoping on the item that was 3.3 on that
Bring it back.
appointment for architectural. I was hoping if there will be a motion to reconsider and fill that vacancy. It's a very important board, and hoping that we can continue. I know that we made a motion to appoint to have someone on these as a second alternate. Was hoping if we can have a motion to reconsider and and appoint someone to that board.
So you would want us, you're hoping that we would reconsider item number 26, or no, 27 it would be.
Yes.
I mean, I'll make a motion to reconsider item 27.
Second.
Very good. Motion to reconsider item 27.
Nominate Toby Aycock.
So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Item 27 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Architectural Appearance Committee on the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 3 years, said term to expire May 17th, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll go ahead and nominate Toby Aycock. Any further nominations to this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. All right, very good.
Thank you, Commission.
That's it. Back to your report.
That concludes my report.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate it, Kervin. City Commissioner Fessick.
Yes, so I would love I know we have a lot of meetings, and we've had a lot of meetings, so I'm a little bit meetinged out, but I do have a few things that I would like to know before our meeting tomorrow. And one of them is related to, I want to take a minute and just sort of address some things that have concerned me. The social media, overall posts, the newsletters, the videos, the pretty much complete and total marketing campaign, which I'm not against in terms of, yes, it's important to let people know what's going on. But what I have received in emails and in feedback was that some of these newsletters appeared to be very one-sided and almost like propaganda. The word propaganda was used about 15 times in either written or verbal to me. I asked for, and I haven't yet received a full breakdown of our costs related to all of the expenses. I'm not sure if those are shared 50-50 with the CRA or the city, how that's shared. But we have a lot of city resources that are going into doing this, and I would have been a little bit more hopeful that we would have done it in a more level and a level way, right? So that you say, here's the pros, here's the cons. You're all grown up, so you can make a decision for yourself. Here's the input we would like, et cetera. It's a significant amount of money when you add up all the banners, when you add up the cost of the cost of the sending flip mailers, when you ask the cost of T-shirts, and I know some of the costs related to that because of campaigning, and I know how much those things cost, even if you buy them in bulk. And it's mixed messaging in some respects. It's confusing residents rather than helping them. And so I would like to request that, if at all possible, I have a full number of what that looks like. Mr. Harrison, I know, Kervin, I know that Mr. Alfred, you've been really good at trying to get me information as quickly as you can, but you can only get it to me when it's provided to you. So, Mr. Harrison, would that be something that I can expect to have, just a number? I can get the rest of the details later, but a number by tomorrow afternoon at noon, please? I want to know.
I'm sorry, a number?
Yes, I want to know the
For
overall.
what?
The overall, so it's in an email, it's already been a request of mine. It's a number for all of the marketing expenses, including consultants, related to this new downtown project. I want to know what our city cost is, even if it's staff related, time, whatever that number looks like. I would like to know how much we have spent in all the stuff we've bought, in all the things we've done, all the consultants we've paid, all the meetings we've had, all of these things. What is our marketing cost for this? And I asked for this a while back. So I would just like to know what our cost is for this, please.
All right, I'll do my best.
Thank you. It'll help with the clarity, I think, of conversations. The second part as I've been going through things, is I know that we hired outside counsel for assistance with the contract back of last year at some point. How did we pay for this? Was it city and CRA split?
City and CRA are splitting the costs, but this is, again, expert counsel in P3 projects, and the model we used was a very successful model that's been used around the state, around the country, including in South Carolina, in Greenville, so.
Okay. And Well, what's the total, like what's the total, like, was there did it come before a board or anything, or is it just, is it city manager discretion, is it your discretion? What's the number? You know how we have numbers for everything of how if it's gonna cost us over X, if over 75,000, or if it's gonna cost us over 200, I think with construction? What does that look like?
I don't know what the numbers are specifically. I know that when each invoice comes in, counsel for the CRA and myself review it, make sure the time is reasonable, the charge is reasonable, and we approve payment under that basis. We do review every invoice that comes in.
Got it. Would it be possible if to just see what those invoices look like, or to request those invoices? I can do that. I just thought about it now, just because.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Just because I want to just kind of wrap my head around some of this. And what, is there a procurement, or is there an approval in place for our how much things cost for that?
There wasn't a specific limit. There's a limit in the hourly fee. There's a limit, that's basically it, what the fee is, and we utilize them, I don't want to say as little as possible, but we try and do as much work in-house as possible. But again, this is a specialized area. This is one that required specialized expertise, and a good lawyer knows what he doesn't know, and that's why you go out and you get the expert counsel. And again, this is the form that we use not only was one that has been tested, tried and true, it actually provides more protection than the Greenville for the city, than the Greenville agreement did, so.
And so kind of piggyback off that, but is there a dollar amount that would require city commission approval, for either CRA or CRA board approval?
No, this is coming out of our outside counsel fees that's budgeted and approved through the budget.
Okay. And then, so I was trying to find, well, I can come back at that. So you'll give me the invoice, fantastic, thank you. The last thing is, again, as I've been going through budgets, and I know Mr. Thoney is here, the GO bond, a lot of people have been asking me about did he leave already? Maybe he did. A lot of people have been asking me about the North Riverside project, and I know we were supposed to hear back at some point in May related to a grant that we had applied for, so I'm not sure if, Mr. Harrison, if you have an update on that by any chance?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what project you're talking about.
GO bond, the North Riverside project, we had applied for a grant that we were supposed to hear back sometime. We were hoping, fingers crossed, we'd hear back early May.
So the North Riverside Drive project was not in the GO bond. We have been working on that street out of our own budgets here within the city. We've applied for several grants through the state and the federal government, and some of them are yet remain to be seen whether or not we're going to get them.
Okay, I just was hoping we maybe have some positive news.
Well, we'd love to give you some if we had it.
Yeah, okay, perfect, thank you. And then I just had a great meeting, and I just want to thank everybody, all the residents, especially because we have had a lot of meetings and there have been a lot of questions. And I want to thank the residents for actually truly getting involved. Doesn't matter where you stand on anything. Your input is so valuable in this time that we are all making big decisions. And so every voice truly matters. And I just want to thank residents for hanging in with us on all of this ridiculous schedule of meetings and actually showing up and participating. So, you know, big round of applause to the residents who have truly made it something that they want to be a part of this process, and they want to be involved in what happens in their city. Because so often we hear people complaining after the fact, but to have and see faces actively participating, I am very positive, and so I want to say thank you to you guys. That's all I have. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 3 or 4 pages here, but since we've been here for 5 hours, I'll just go with 1. I really wanted to thank the chief and BSO again for the tractor trailer problem we were having on 15th. Believe it or not, it's a big talk about how you've cleaned that up, and everybody in that area is so appreciative of that. And that's just a start of what happens when, you know, we work together with the community and kind of iron things out and get it resolved. So I just want to say hats off to you. I really appreciate it. I'm very pleased about it, and keep up the good work. Thank you. Done.
Very good. Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Thanks, Mayor. And first, I want to say thanks to everybody for their thoughts and prayers. My husband's doing well. We'll have a little bit of a recovery time, but he's doing well, so I really appreciate that. The Crest Haven Civic Association is meeting Thursday, 7 o'clock, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Smith.
Well, one of my positives for the meeting tonight, Commissioner Perkins and I share that positive because it's great news to hear Tundra stand up and talk about the improvement in the 15th Street, and thank you, BSO, for making that happen. The other positive for tonight's meeting is, can you imagine being 108 and to want to talk and tell us how good life is? I just thought that was fantastic. A happy birthday to Majo Fulton. That was awesome. In District 5, the Greater Collier City Civic Association Scholarship Award Banquet will be June 21st at our beautiful Pompano Beach Cultural Center, and they are thrilled to be able to host their event at the Cultural Center. They feel very special, and they want these young people with their scholarships to feel special, and I think that will help with that. Dinner is going to be catered by Iris Catering and music by DJ Theory. Tickets are $60 and a table is $500. So anybody's interested in sponsorships or ads, please reach out to me and I'll get you in touch with Phyllis Smith. Something general about Pompano Beach. On Saturday, our Community Appearance Committee hosted a beach cleanup and 12 people showed up to help, which was really great. The city staff and BSO were very helpful for them to have a successful event. Thank you for that. And the Community Appearance Committee is considering hosting the beach cleanup quarterly going forward. So I think it's needed to be able to do that, and I appreciate people coming forward and helping. And my quote tonight is, if everyone is moving forward together, then success takes care of itself, and that's from Henry Ford. That's it.
Very good. Thank you for that. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to model my report after yours today, Commissioner Smith, to some extent. I do want to say thank you to the Community Appearance Board, too. It's one of the boards I know when I came into office that was kind of struggling to find its footing. It didn't have full membership, so we've worked hard to actually make it a board that is carving out a role and actually doing good work in the community. So kudos to all of them for what they've done. Commissioner Fezzik, I agree with you on what I call the propaganda campaign that has gone on around here and what residents have seen right through and feel the same way about. So I would like the numbers also, Mr. Harrison, on how much we have spent on city newsletters, outside social media consultants, internal social media resources, mailers, all of that for pushing this downtown. I responded to the newsletter that went out because I had many residents respond to me, forward me the newsletter and say, what is this, Allison, that the city is sending this out? It's too much and I sent it to you, Mr. Harrison, and I said, did you approve of this? Because it's also not accurate. Because it talks about 4 key votes, and that's just not what we're voting on tomorrow in the same exact format. There's 2 of these things are combined. It is not an accurate reflection of how we're being asked to vote on things tomorrow either. So whoever approved that, and you said it was you, I think you need to go back and look at it, and I'm happy to sit down with you and talk through it, but we need a better process for approving things to make sure that what we send out to people is accurate and doesn't feel like propaganda, but feels like information. Feels like it's not one-sided. A couple other things. We have clean streets in Avondale and Fairview on May 15th, so thank you to Environmental Services for that. My positive for the meeting was actually Principal Williams from Blanche Ely High School. It was great to get that little update, and I actually think it'd be kind of a fun idea to invite a different principal here once a month or once a meeting, if they can make it, just to give a 5-minute talk about their school and what they're doing, and an update on what's going well and what they need. And I think that would actually be a great way to bring to build that partnership with schools. So, Mr. Harrison, I'd love for us to invite a principal once a month from the school to come, and I know that they would be happy to do that. So let's see if we can make that happen. We have, with Kenny Stoller and Jim Jankowski, who's still sitting here, for sticking this one out, I want to say thank you, because we have been working on, it was an idea that Ken Stoller came to me with a couple years ago now, to build memorial crosses to install temporarily during the week of Memorial Day here in Pompano, to honor our veterans who are Pompano residents and who died in service. So thanks to Jim, we actually had the crosses made this year, and we are going to make it happen at Community Park. So those crosses with the names and the war that they fought in and died in will be installed for a week at Community Park starting, I think we're going to do a little ceremony on Monday. But I'm really proud of that we actually made that happen, and thank you, Jim, for all your work on that. Our community meeting this month is going to be at the American Legion on May 28th at 7 p.m. So we're going to be back at the Legion. Very happy to be back there. They got a new roof and have been doing some upgrades, and it's in the best shape it's been in years. So kudos to those guys. And I'm going to end with a quote also. My quote is from a wise woman who we honored today, Miss Fulton, and she said, "Enjoy this life, it's a beautiful life." Thank you.
Very good, thank you. I just got one thing, prayer, thoughts and prayers go out to the family of George Brummer, former city commissioner, former vice mayor. He passed away recently, and they had his funeral. I know most of the commission was there, but he was a great guy. Did a lot for this city, but his family should be very proud of his contributions, but he's passed on. So that's it. This meeting's adjourned.